Michelle, are you ready?
I was born ready.
She's an award-winning author, speaker, and podcast host who serves on the National Faith Advisory Council. She supported Donald J. Trump for president before it was cool. From her she shed in her beautiful backyard, this is the Michelle Moore Show.
All right, Dr. Jack Kruse. Wow, those are some wild sunglasses you got. What kind of glasses are those?
It's black blue light.
Blue light glasses.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool looking.
Yep.
Also, I love your hat. Make America healthy again.
Yeah, just picked that up in Dallas from Nicole Shanahan.
Oh, yeah. We were just talking off camera how you just came from Dallas. What were you doing there?
Doing some work with both of them about current events.
Current events.
About Trump getting shot the day we did our big gig there with the Council of the Canceled. You know, I was there with Andy Wakefield, who you may know from the vaccine story. He was canceled in 1998 about the MMR vaccine. And I was there with Mary Bowden, who is an ENT surgeon that was just canceled by the state of Texas. She lost her ability to practice, and then she fought the FDA. And then me, because I've been a renegade for pretty much 20 years, they've been coming after me to try to shut me up. So
okay, for people that aren't aware of you, can you give me just sort of like a brief background of where you come from and what your expertise is?
Yeah, well, where I come from is New York City, but where I practice is predominantly in the south part of the United States. When I was 40 years old, about 20 years ago, I had an awakening that everything that we're doing in centralized medicine was wrong. And then something happened to me where it kind of woke me up. And I was giving a talk at a minimally invasive spine meeting in Birmingham, Alabama. And I needed help to get at the podium because I tore a knee meniscus on my knee just from standing up. And one of the orthopedic surgeons' wives were there, and she worked for a biotechnology company. She goes, I know why this happened to you. And she goes, I'm going to send you, 6 papers and a book, and I want you to read the book first, and you can figure it out from there. What she was trying to tell me at that time is that Big Pharma, was cooking the books, and it was about a hormone called leptin. Leptin was relatively new at the time. I didn't even learn about it in medical school because it was discovered after I graduated. And they shelved the trials. And what she was trying to tell me at that time was that Big Pharma was going to do something to kind of scam the public, ruin the public's health. And when they canceled the trials, they immediately went out and started to patent cold receptors and do some really bizarre things. And she knew there was something nefarious going on. And she said, look, my husband says you're a pretty smart guy. You probably figure it out. And that was actually the story that she wanted me to figure out. But I went a totally different way with it. The book she gave me was kind of interesting. It's a fable. It's called The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari by Robin Sharma. And in that book...
The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari?
Yeah, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. It's a good book. It's a fable. It's not a true story. But she wanted me to read that because the story in there was important for the paper she sent me. It was about a guy named Julian Battles, a Jewish lawyer in New York, has a heart attack. He's a train wreck. He's low dopamine, overweight, an asshole, the classic, stereotype of a New Yorker. And he quits, sells his Ferrari, and goes up to the top of the Himalaya mountains, comes back a year later, tan, thin, and actually filled with wisdom and actually a nice guy. And he comes back, to his old world and this and that. And then she gives me the papers, and I read the papers. And I thought she was trying to tell me is what was in the book possible? That's not what she was trying to tell me. She was trying to warn me that they shelved the leptin trials because they had a new drug in development, and they wanted me to talk about it. And that's not what happened. So this is now 6 years after this, after I figured out that everything that I learned in medical school was not true. It's really based on quantum mechanics. The physics of organisms are the key. Circadian biology is the key. Like, we are decentralized, meaning that there's no central controller. That's not what they teach you in medical school. It's not what they teach you in residency. But then 6 or 7 years later, after talking to several people who knew her, I knew what she wanted me to talk about. So I decided to do a TED Talk about that very issue. And the TED Talk got canceled. It was...
How does a TED Talk get canceled? To get shut down on YouTube or whatever?
Well, it was Big Pharma shut it down.
Oh, wow.
And the reason why has a lot to do, what was in the book. And, current events now. You know about Ozempic. You know about the GLP-1 drugs. Mm-hmm. What you don't know is that this was all preconditioned by the FDA and Big Pharma. In 1974, we had saccharin. 1977, you have high fructose corn syrup. All of those are GLP agonists, just so you know that. So they have known about this, and the FDA, when the last little bit was in, I believe, in 89, they approved sucralose, which is, Splenda. Right. And Splenda was only supposed to be in certain foods and drinks, and then they expanded it to pretty much anything that's, a processed food. And that's one of the reasons why processed food is really bad for you, because it's got an agonist for GLP-1, so it's designed to make you fat. And then if you have, I guess the best way to put it, if you have an indoor existence, which we all now have, I mean, you're a young guy. You don't remember what it was like, when I was 20 years old. Nobody was inside. Nobody had technology. No one had a microwave oven. No one had a cell phone. And technology, the one thing that it's done is it's brought all the silly talking monkeys inside. They're no longer outside. Like, kids rode bikes. They played. When you grew up, you're playing video games. We didn't have any video games. And it turns out that the non-native EMF, which is what blue light is, married with these changes that have happened in food, was the story of leptin. So I decided, because where I was going the first 6 years of this, more on the light story, more on the other doctor that got canceled for the non-native EMF story, which is a guy named Robert O. Becker. He's a orthopedic surgeon.
So is this the guy who worked for DARPA?
Well, he didn't work for DARPA.
I heard, because I read a book called, from this lady who I'm friends with, Annie Jacobson. She wrote a book called The Pentagon's Brain. She wrote this deep story on the history of DARPA and some of the scientists that work for it. And she talks about this limb regeneration guy who was trying to figure out limb regeneration for soldiers.
Yeah, he figured it out. But the bad problem is when he figured it out, he actually figured out that and a whole lot more. And why he got canceled, in fact, that's the reason I just went to talk to, Kennedy and Shanahan. Mm-hmm. Because his story is tied to DARPA, but it's also tied to the assassination. It's tied to how science was stolen. Becker is in the generation right after the science is stolen. And the way the science was stolen initially that story starts in 1944. Really in 42. That's the Manhattan Project with General Groves and FDR. And General Groves got the idea. Let me finish the other story, because we're jumping all over the place here. Right. So anyway, the GLP-1 drugs get approved by the FDA. So the FDA basically just created a market. This is like preconditioning all of the United States to have this problem with obesity. Now, people will say there wasn't a huge problem there, but if you listen to like some of the tweets that Bobby puts out, when Fauci got put in 82, what the issue was with obesity. It was nowhere where it is now. But you need to realize that these things actually happened even before Fauci gets in. And then you have federal agencies that are already captured, preconditioning the market. Then you add in blue screen technology, which is what DARPA gives Google. That's Sergey Brin and Larry Page. And, the chick that just died from turbo cancer with YouTube. You know her name, Susan.
Susan, that former CEO?
Yes, she's one of the founders of Google. And you have to realize that Nicole knows all these people. That she was married to Sergey Brin. So many of the things that, I'm here literally 2 days after talking to them about all this, they were stunned. And the story with the TED Talk is I basically went up there to tell people that this leptin-melanocortin pathway is exactly what the FDA and Big Pharma were up to. And then eventually, because when this talk was canceled, it's 2010, 2011. This is 5 or 6 years after I have my come to Jesus moment at the foot of Michelangelo's statue. So I decide I'm going to, drop this nuclear weapon. Literally within a week, I have the FBI and state medical board, everybody coming after me, and they talked to the people at TED, and they pulled the TED Talk. The TED Talk was pulled for almost 10 years to bury the story. And you remember, you didn't know anything about GLP-1 drugs.
No.
Well, nobody did until they came out like 4 years ago. So the reason why this is important, I was canceled before COVID because of this issue. And if you don't think this is a big issue, I mean, just look at the 13K from Novo Nordisk. It's $1 trillion drug. So when you begin to realize that light, water, and magnetism, those are the three things that NASA or SETI uses, to try to find life on another planet. Mm-hmm. Those are the things that are tied to the decentralized network, that life uses on this planet. And the GLP-1 system that they're working with destroys the leptin-melanocortin pathway. And this is the reason why many of the chronic diseases that you hear Bobby talk about, and all the surrogates that were in his program before, he joined with Trump. Like, you remember the day we were just talking about, the guy that you're having in here. You remember when Bobby gave that talk, he mentioned the word mitochondria? Well, what I call my people, mitochondriacs.
Mitochondriacs, yeah.
So you may understand where this linkage is. And then through the COVID things, that was another big story that I'm sure we'll get into down the pike. But I started posting a lot of things through COVID being even more controversial. And everybody was saying, well, how's Jack Kruse able to post this stuff on Twitter when every other doctor's getting canceled? Why doesn't he get canceled?
Right.
People didn't know that one of my patients was Jack Dorsey. And
really?
Correct. So Dorsey owned Twitter at that time, and he told everybody, you're not canceling him. He's followed all my stuff because of problems that he had with tech abuse starting in 2010. So this is right back at the time the TED Talk is pulled. So this is now when the shots start to come out, the mandates come out, and President Bukele in El Salvador notices within 2 or 3 months that they're having huge problems with the jab, and he tells his guys in his administration, go find this doctor, go find the neurosurgeon from the United States that's saying all this stuff. And one of the things that I said that people need to avoid taking this jab, because I reviewed the patents, and I noticed in the Pfizer patent specifically, there was a movie that was held off on the side. It was called COVID Revealed. Me, Malone, and McCullough were in this documentary. And in there, I told people that there's 2 legal definitions, one for the Pfizer jab and another one for BioNTech. I said there's only one reason they would do that, and it's nefarious. The reason I believed is they were going to use one to get through the FDA approval process, but then the other one was going to be what they unleashed on the people. And I had an inkling at the time that the problem is going to be related to SV40. The reason for that ties back to the story that I was telling you before when I walked in the room, is the Cutter event, what happened with the polio vaccine in Jonas Salk in 1951 through 1957. And I happened to know about that in a very circuitous way because of where I did my residency. Did my residency at LSU and then did medical school there and my neurosurgery residency. And if you know anything about the Cutter event, the city of New Orleans was tied to this event in a big way. And I just went to Dallas to tell, Shanahan and Bobby the whole detail of the story. And Bobby and I did a podcast with Rick Rubin about a year and a half ago about this issue. This is when he first jumped into the race. And what people didn't know about at that time, after I wrote this constitutional amendment for Bukele, I shared it with Bobby and I shared it with his healthcare attorney, who's Aaron Siri. And they called me back, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks after that and said, hey, can we use several pages of this law as our platform for healthcare in the United States? So I asked Bukele, and he said yes. So that's the reason why you've heard a lot of this stuff on there. You know, most people know Bobby's an attorney. He sued Monsanto, got a ton of money.
Right.
You know, and he's done things for the environment and all that. But what I did, the law that I gave him, this is a funny story. When he gave the law to Aaron to look at, Aaron calls me up and he's like, Jack, there's no way this law could get passed even by Ron DeSantis in Florida. He goes, it's that airtight. It covers everything. And when they decided to use it, he says to me, hey, I'm going to start this run for president. I would like to do, you know, a podcast with you. Who's the person that sets this up? Turns out it's Nicole Shanahan. This is before she is actually announced as the vice president. Why did she contact me? Because of her daughter, Echo. You know, she's got a daughter with Sergey Brin that's got autism. Okay. And she contacted me and she goes, I've noticed that you have a totally different take on autism in terms of the vaccines and light. And you're probably now beginning to start to see that Becker's world and the vaccine world collide together. And when I say collide together, you are preconditioned by the light in your germline, and then the vaccines are additive to it that cause the real problem. And I said, yeah, I'm into it. And you have to realize, since I consider Becker my mentor, because he was the guy who was immediately canceled before me.
Is he still alive, by the way?
No, he's dead. He died in 2009.
Okay.
But I just got finished telling Nicole when I was in Dallas that I actually physically sat down and talked to him about what I'm talking to you about now. And he was the one that told me, he goes, you need to understand what happened to me. He goes, you have to be very careful about who you're getting ready to go against, and which was the industrial military complex. And, you know, this guy was twice nominated for the Nobel Prize. Mm-hmm. And literally he was so frustrated with, you know, a lot of the stuff that I'm sure you have heard in your life as a podcaster that most people think is conspiracy theory, when it turns out it's really not. It's the truth.
Right.
He got frustrated. And then in 1977, he goes on 60 Minutes and tells the world the problem with non-native EMF. And you have to realize, my friend.
Non-native EMF?
Yeah, that's wireless technology.
Right.
It's blue light screens, mm-hmm. It's fluorescent bulbs, it's RF, microwaves, the whole shebang. 1977, nobody has a microwave oven. Nobody has a cell phone. And how did this problem with Becker kind of show up? It shows up because the military wanted to build this antenna called Sanguine in a lake in Wisconsin. What was the purpose of the antenna in 73? So they could keep control of all the nuclear subs all over the world. Because right now, before that, they couldn't do that. Mm-hmm. So they were building this thing, and they hired Becker because of the stuff that you had just talked about, that Becker was working on limb regeneration, and he found out that limb regeneration uses the electromagnetic force to do it. In other words, the physics of regeneration is all based on semiconduction. That's the thing that was shocking about him. And how did I come upon his research as a resident at the same time? Why did I know about all this stuff? I'm a neurosurgery resident, and I'm doing a lot of spine reconstructions. Well, bone was the subject of Becker's work. So my mentor in neurosurgery, Dr. David Klein, said, Jack, I want you to do a project on bone regeneration. I want you to use this guy's Becker work, because what he found in 59 through 67 was absolutely shocking. Most people still don't believe that that's how it happens, but I want you to present it to the residents. So that meant I had to go read all his papers. Mm-hmm. So I learned about this. And, you know, most people who listen to this podcast, what I'm about to say won't believe this, but it's axiomatically true. You don't heal bone, ever. Bone regenerates completely. So, for example, if you break your arm right now mm-hmm. and you go have surgery and the orthopedic surgeon opens it up and looks for where your previous break was, there's no scar.
Really?
None. It's one of the few tissues in man where that's the case. You know, most people know about it with the liver. You can cut half the liver out and it'll grow back. But we as mammals, especially the end of the line mammals, we don't have that ability in a lot of different areas. So what does Becker do? He does a bunch of work to figure out actually how this happens. And it turns out we create a DC electric current in us that actually causes red blood cells in the marrow to de-differentiate. In other words, a red cell becomes a bone cell, and that is what heals the fracture, and it completely regenerates it so that there's no scar. So, of course, he writes all this stuff up. Then he finds out actually how this goes. Like collagen and apatite that are part of bone are actually semiconductive proteins. He does experiments that show bone emits light just like an LED diode. And just remember, this is going down in the 60s, bro. So that's how the military found out about Becker's work.
Right. Okay.
And he was the expert. Like, he was the Anthony Fauci of his time in bone regeneration. He worked in the VA hospital in Syracuse, so he had huge government contracts. He was very, very prolific. So in 73, when the government comes to him, they're like, look, we want to know, will this antenna, since it's going to use RF radiation, does it have any biologic effects for the people in the military or the people that live around it? Becker does the work with guys in his lab, and he finds out it does. He writes a report in 73 to the Secretary of the Navy, and they were stunned with what he found. And he kept writing reports. The next thing he started to notice that all this stuff in the Federal Register never got published. In other words, the research went in, but it never left DARPA. And no one ever did about it. So what did Becker decide to do? Now, I don't know where you're from or where your family's from, but I'm originally from New York City. At the same time, we have a governor in New York named Hugh Carey. They're trying to get electric power lines go from the city up to Niagara Falls to get more transmission lines. So Becker starts doing some work on these power lines to prove to the military that freaking antenna in Wisconsin is a real problem. And he does something that's, to this day, most people still don't know this. You know, they still think it's conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
That power lines can harm you, but him and Marino, who's the guy that was in his lab, he's a biophysicist, became a lawyer to defend Becker. They did a study on 765 kilowatt towers that are everywhere, even here in Florida.
Cell towers?
Yeah, no, these are remember, there's no cells
Right, okay, yeah.
at this time.
Yeah.
These are electric towers for the power grid. Mm-hmm. They changed the Earth's magnetosphere 80,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. They proved this in 1974, 75, 76. And not only did they rate the military, not only did they give this information to Hugh Carey, they gave it to all the electric power companies, and everybody was just like stunned. Okay? So you have to remember, this guy he's like freaking Joe Montana of science at this time, and no one is listening to him because why? His message is very inconvenient. It's a truth, and it's a time we're retooling our economy from an industrial economy to an information technology. So the power grid's a big deal. The use of non-native EMF, Intel, Microsoft, Google. This is all the precursor stuff at this time. The big company at that time, which you probably know, is IBM. Believe it or not, IBM was already working on liquid crystalline displays that was using a lot of this stuff. And DARPA was involved in that too. So DARPA and the military suck Becker in. They're fueling him until the truth comes out. And what does he do? 1977, he's so frustrated, he gets on 60 Minutes and he tells the world the truth. He tells them exactly what I just told you. When I said it to you, your eyeballs got, really big, because a lot of people, even now, 50 years later, don't realize what he's really found is that all of this shit has biologic effects. I don't care what it is. Like, you put those Apple things in your ear, Dude, that's the stupidest thing you could ever do.
I stopped using them a few months ago. I got the wired ones now.
Yeah, that's not good
The wired
either.
ones probably aren't good either,
No,
right?
because you're still getting jump conduction into your ear, which will bring you to my work. My work is the next level of Becker. Like if Becker had lived, he would have looked for the source of the DC electric current. Well, we found it.
What were you saying was the reason that Susan, the former CEO of YouTube, she had some sort of cancer? You think it has something to do with this?
Well, I don't think. I know.
Okay.
She has a very interesting story. Her mother is named Esther. Esther is known as the grandmother of Silicon Valley. All the kids were tied to her. That's why I said you need to really understand the metrics that we're talking about. And the reason why this is very interesting is because I'm entangled now to people like Nicole and people like Bobby. Bobby didn't know this, but Nicole does because she was married to Sergey Brin. So when we started talking about this, her and I, obviously when she has a kid with autism, she's a patent attorney for Google. And I tell her, no, I'm not going to help you because you're the person that actually caused the problem. And I have to tell you, I was not a nice guy to her. I mean, brutal to her.
Really?
Oh, yeah. This is like probably a year and a half ago. And she offered me at that time $100 million to build a decentralized research facility with Bukele down in El Salvador. And I told her, I said, bro, hold my beer. I'm not doing this. Why? Because I don't trust you. I know who you were married to. I know things about Google. I know things about what Brin's all about. I know the story, how it's tied to ARPA, DARPA, the internet, how you got the information. And you and your husband are the reason why blue light exists on every screen in this country. And that's what's getting your generation really sick. That's really where the chronic disease epidemics begin, because that makes it way worse. And when I told her a little bit of the story, I said, do you really know where DARPA, the CIA, and everybody got this information and then studied it? And she said, no. I said, well, I'm going to tell you where Echo's autism comes from. It comes from the Jewish mafia, okay? In the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, the names that you know, Bugsy, which they made a movie about, Mo Dalitz, who's the guy that started Vegas, and the big guy, you're right here in Tampa, so you should know a little bit about Meyer Lansky.
Meyer Lansky, yeah.
Meyer Lansky.
Traficante.
Correct. Well, Traficante
wasn't Jewish, but...
No, but Traficante is really important because of how this ties in to JFK, DARPA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you need to realize what happens is at that time, because I know you know probably a lot of the story. Cuban Revolution happens in 59. Cuba comes in. The Chicago mob, who's friends with the guys in the Jewish mob, through the Capone crime syndicate in Chicago, that was later taken over by, God, what's his name? Sam, I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But anyway, they go boom in Cuba. They lose a lot of money. Who's the guy that's the accountant for this? It turns out that it's actually Meyer Lansky. And who's the shooter for all this is Traficante, and they're based here in Florida. So when that goes down, Mo, with Johnny Rossetti, who's also part of the Hollywood scene, they get together and Mo says, I got an idea. Let's go build a casino in the desert. Everybody thinks he's crazy at first, okay? So they build Vegas, and it's like, it makes more sense to them to go to a place.
What year was this?
This is 1940s.
Okay.
So
let's build a casino the same place we're dropping all the nukes.
Well, but
great
that,
idea.
believe it or not, that's where his idea came from. He was like, nobody will ever think that we can create the biggest racket in the world. And for your audience, because I'm a big history guy, and I think you need to know all these bits and pieces because I know we're jumping around. But do you know where the term money laundering comes from?
No.
Comes from Mo Dalitz, comes from Bugsy, comes from Meyer Lansky. What they use, the Jewish mob used laundromats to launder money to skim it to keep it away from the government.
Oh, wow.
So
yeah, I think I have heard that before, yeah.
So that's where this came from. And then Mo and Rossetti and Meyer Lansky, they have the reputation that's very different than the Italian mob. The Italian mob is kind of like guys that are going to shoot you up and it's kind of bloody. These guys are much more reserved, okay? And they're like accountants. They really care more about the money in the business being sustainable over a long time. Well, they become very, very successful in the 1940s. So successful that something else was happening in the world that you probably know about. Albert Einstein worked with General Groves in the Manhattan Project. It's successful, 1945. So in 1948, the Jewish state that was still not made yet offered Albert Einstein to be the first president. And it turns out their military arm, which is known as the Mossad, actually have Lansky and Dalitz. They're their guys in the United States. Okay?
Lansky and who?
Lansky and Mo Dalitz.
Really?
They were Mossad agents here in the United States. So what do? They go to Vegas and they realize that there's no regulations. It's the Wild West. They build it from the ground up. Everybody in Chicago and the Italian families are making fun of these Jewish guys doing this because they're not bringing in the bank like these guys are bringing in Cuba. 59 happens, and guess what happens? All the Italian guys get turned off. They're losing millions of dollars, and they're furious. Mm-hmm. So you know they hate Castro. So what do? They have their friends, Mo. Mo has been working for 12, 13 years in the desert, and what does Mo do? He steadily and slowly increases profits, but guess what he does? How does he do it? Does he shoot anybody up or do anything like that? No. The first thing he did is he put one-armed bandits in all the casinos. He blue lit everything. Why? Because he paid attention to how people spent money. And he realized when you used artificial light, it seemed like people spent more money. So then what's the second thing he does in like 1952, 53? He starts painting all the windows in the casino black.
So you can't see outside.
Can't see outside, and he doesn't want to go outside. Then that's the last thing he does.
Gets rid of the clocks? Is that what he does?
The clocks were gone already.
Okay.
But the best part is then he brings in girls, scantily clad, and he starts giving people alcohol while they gamble. And what does he basically do? He creates an army of low dopamine idiots in the desert who they don't have to shoot. They go into their pocket and pay all the money to. So, of course, at this time now, after Groves is out, he gets Truman to change the OSS to the CIA in 47. The CIA knows exactly what Dalitz is doing. And they know that they're avoiding taxes. So they decide, we need to go find out, is there any science behind any of this stuff? So where are we right now? 48. 51, 52. So you may have heard of this program called MK Ultra.
Once or twice.
Okay. So MK Ultra is the merging of two things. The first thing gets merged is this idea from Dalitz that they're going to study it. Then there's another guy who's a 1937 surgeon, SS guy named Kurt Plotkin. Plotkin worked with the Nazis. His idea was mind control through the use of Mexican peyote. So he starts doing his stuff, and the CIA is looking at the effect of light and wireless technology and things like that these guys are using, and they begin to study it. They hire a guy named Sidney Gottlieb. Mm-hmm. Gottlieb runs the program from 53 through, which we think 64 before, of course, all these things are destroyed. But there's a lot of interesting things that the government finds out that is transferred to DARPA. When does DARPA first form? 1958. Mm-hmm. So all this information from the CIA and FBI are transferred into DARPA.
Right.
DARPA then takes it the next level. They go and they hire a guy in New Orleans. I told you we'd eventually come back to New Orleans. A guy named Alton Oster. He's first an FBI asset as a surgeon. But then he becomes a CIA asset because of this issue here. They go and hire a PhD researcher named Delgado, and he's working in the Tulane neurosurgery department and neurology. They get him out of that really quick, and they send him to Mexico, and they start putting wires into the bull's head to find out, can they stop and control the bull using electric signals. Why? Because they already have started to learn about Becker's work. So now this is the idea. Now they're trying to execute. They're trying to use this as a weapon.
Yeah.
Got it?
Right.
So what happens in this whole time, the crazy stories that you've heard Bobby and I talk about on the Tetragrammaton podcast, where Gottlieb basically takes the Air Force plane over St. Louis and drops LSD on the whole city in the mid 1950s to see the effect. They found out mescaline didn't work, so the next step after that was to use LSD. That's one of the famous things that we did find out from the Church Commission that they physically did. So this is what I would tell you is Operation Northwoods, probably negative 2.0, which is when the government thought it was a good idea that they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted to the United States populace, they wouldn't know it, so they didn't need any informed consent. Okay? A lot of people talk about Tuskegee and the airmen and the syphilis. Dude, there's a pattern with the industrial military complex. When they want to do something, they don't even ask for forgiveness. They don't ask for permission either. They just do it. So when they do this and Gottlieb fails, what sight lines are really good for DARPA is this work that Delgado's doing is amazing. So they said, okay, you could do it with wired technology, and they were able to turn the bull off as soon as he was going to spear the matador. They said, let's try to do this wireless. Why? They had all the patents and everything they stole from Tesla. They also had all Marconi's work. At this same time, remember, Motorola is now one of the guys that's the industrial military company. They know that wireless telephony is actually coming. So they decide to employ it here first. So Delgado finds out that actually it does work. You can do it without wires. You don't have to do brain surgery on the animal to do it. And then they asked the next question.
They didn't have to install anything in the brain?
No, they did not. But this was the key step. This is the step where I think your audience, people find it incredulous when I tell them the next step was, could you do this using light and light alone? And it turns out they found out you could. If you use blue light specifically, it actually destroys the dopamine reward tracks in your brain. Just so you know, Meta and Google today own those patents. Remember who's the Google patent attorney? Nicole Shanahan. So I said, Nicole, do you remember all the work you had to do? And she goes, yeah. She goes, I could never figure out what all this was about. Well, you need to know a little bit about Google's history. Google was formed in 1995 when DARPA gave the search algorithm to these two cats from Stanford. You know about Stanford now, right? Mm-hmm. You talked to me about Huberman, why they don't want to talk to me. You started to put two and two together yet?
Yeah.
So the issue is these guys created the internet. They connected all these colleges all over where the academicians were to share this information. So this information is going all around in this area. They basically then figure out and perfect the delivery of blue light technology through screens. Who is the big tech company in the 1950s and 60s that were doing this? Turns out that's IBM. And IBM is working on liquid crystalline displays. And I remember, this is in the 50s and 60s. You as a young man never saw those TVs until the 90s. Mm-hmm. Okay? And then it got a boost from who? Obama, who made the analog to digital transition so that you'd have to use what? LCD screens. And then what else did he do? We're going to ban incandescent bulbs. Why? Because incandescent bulbs not only have fake blue light, but they also have purple and red, which is what you need as the antidote to blue.
They were banned?
Yeah, well, the first ban was from Obama saying, we're going to get rid of these under the guise that they're not energy efficient because they burn too much. You probably remember when you were a little kid, you touched the incandescent bulb, it's hot as shit.
Yeah.
Well, the proxy that they're using to you is, they burn too much energy because they have UV light and red light in it, and that makes heat. So therefore, we should get rid of that, do blue. But you have no idea that DARPA and the government already want blue light everywhere so they can control you with it. That's the real answer behind this whole program. So what happens then?
Well, how do they control us by putting blue light in front of, making our worlds are surrounded by these screens and these these phone screens? How do they control us with this light?
I just told you, they control...
By killing us?
No, they control your dopamine reward tracks. In other words, they're dumbing you down. They're making you much more likely to be preconditioned, which brings us to the other person.
We are dopamine slaves for the most part now. Most people.
No, you're the guy that's in with Zins right next to you.
I'm asking you if Zins are good. Yeah, I can't go anywhere without my Zins. I'm telling you, it's a problem.
But that's the reason why it's all starting to make sense. I'm trying to bring the picture together for you so you understand it. So the chick you just asked me about, Susan, who started YouTube, is a Google founder. What you may not know about, you ever hear the marshmallow experiment that was done at Stanford? When she was a child, remember, she just died, she's 56, okay? So she's a little bit younger than me. Her mother puts her into this program, which is part of the MK Ultra program, to precondition her mind. Every single tech CEO has been in this program, just so you know that. So she goes through it, and she actually performs better than anyone else. In other words, she will follow the rules and be very compliant. Sergey goes through it, and so does Larry Page. So
what's the name of the program?
It's called the Marshmallow Experiment.
The Marshmallow Experiment. Okay.
It was the second generation of the milligram experiment, which you can actually look at. And what I'm trying to explain to you, there's MK Ultra 1.0 that we all found out about when I was a young man. You weren't even born yet. That's through the Church Commission.
Right.
Two things we found out there. Not only that MK Ultra exists, but some of the things we're doing. But we also found out then that the CIA had 400 people in the media that they paid. Dan Rather and Walter Cronkite. Right.
Yeah.
Dan Rather and Cronkite being, the key players there. So when you begin to start to see the timeline and all these stories come together, Wojcicki gets the YouTube gig. What is YouTube? YouTube is a screen where you're developing videos. You're addicted to it right now.
That's how I make my living.
That's what addiction is all about. Well, guess what? The other question I want you to ask yourself as a young guy that's supposed to be smart, have you ever asked yourself why it is that every screen comes out blue, that they don't have red? You actually have to put software in to change it?
I got mine set to where it turns red after 7 p.m.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Let me look at mine, what it does. That's how it should look.
Whoa. Is that a special app?
Yeah. So you can, we'll talk about it after we finish this. But
okay.
The point that I want to make to you, the question you need to ask yourself, why is it that every tech company has blue lit screens? I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's because that's how DARPA wants it. They want you to be very addicted to the technology so it's sticky. That way you can be programmed further. So, wow. Oh no, it's even more wow than that. You haven't even got to the wow stage. So what happens with this lady, she wounds up being compliant, just like she was with YouTube. You want to know why all these people get censored? She did whatever DARPA, whatever the industrial military complex wanted. That's the reason why people were having their shit removed. If you want to know the reason why Bitcoin content gets removed, is because DARPA is not interested in Bitcoin. Because their energy to fuel their whole process is cheap fiat money. Bitcoin is actually a nuclear weapon for them.
Right. Because
you can't print money to do all the covert shit they're doing. She goes and rolls her sleeves and takes a jab. She gets, the turbo cancer. She dies literally very quickly, within, I think, 6 or 7 months.
Turbo cancer?
Yeah. That's from the SV40 promoter that's in the jets. She gets screwed by the other part of the story we haven't got to yet.
So when did she develop this cancer?
She just died earlier this year.
Yeah, but how long has she had the cancer? When did she get diagnosed? 6
months before she died.
She got diagnosed 6 months before she died.
She got stage 4 lung cancer, never smoked. Sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it, to Jack Ruby? Remember how he died?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, so why did I lead this way? Because guess what? I just finished telling the story.
Holy fuck, Steve, pull up the actual documented account of Jack Ruby, how he died.
His name isn't Jack Ruby, just so you know.
Right, I know. It's
Jack Rubenstein,
yes,
and he
exactly.
also is a Mossad agent, just so you know that.
Let's see what the Google machine says about Mr. Rubenstein, Jack Ruby. Type in Jack Ruby. Oh, you can't find his death.
That's not him. He died right around when Garrison was doing
right when
the trial. The trial.
Jolly West. So after Ruby shot Oswald, Jolly West started visiting him in prison, right?
No, but you know how he got the SV-40 though? Wasn't that way. Let me tell you the story so you get it.
Okay.
Because we probably need to jump into the polio story so you understand this part of it.
Search for cancer.
He gets pneumonia while he's in Dallas. He's writing writing the Warren Commission to tell them to get him out of Dallas because he knows Carlos Marcello has got a plan for him. Well, he's going to use the bioweapon that they created on Magazine Street in New Orleans with Oshner. I just got finished telling this whole story in detail at Dealey Plaza to Bobby and to Nicole and to their administrative team. And I have to tell you, the guy that was filming it, his eyeballs nearly melted.
So they're about to melt.
No, it's a good story, but it's the truth. And the way in which you'll find out that I know the truth, that's going to really blow your mind. But the story of Ruby is interesting. He is in Dallas. He's talking to the Warren Commission, says, you got to get me out of Dallas and get me to D.C. because I know they're going to do something to me. He already knows what's going to happen, but he doesn't know how it's going to happen. So he develops pneumonia in Dallas. All this is discovered by you and your guy back there. Mm-hmm. So the doctors come in and they give him penicillin flu shots. Turns out in that flu shot was the SV-40. He gets stomach cancer and dies like that. Just like your girlfriend from YouTube. And guess what? Why was that bioweapon created? That bioweapon was created by the industrial military complex and Alton Oshner to get rid of Castro. Okay? And guess who was the front for this whole thing? The mob was involved in this. Most people don't know this, but Carlos Marcello grew up with Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans. So he was one of the guys that was working for him, and Oswald was also in the CIA. So if you want to know the part of the story that no one has ever figured out, is why did Oswald was able to go to Russia, come back with carte blanche and never have any problem? Because he needed to be in a communist country so that Castro would allow him to bring this tainted cigar that he was going to smoke, get the SV-40 and die. So that should ask the question in your head, Jack, how'd the industrial military complex, the CIA and the FBI, all know that this thing was going to kill him that fast? Well, I already told you what happened to Susan. Boom. I already told you what happened to Rubenstein. Boom. Now let's get to the real story. So 1951 comes along, and you know the story about FDR. He's got polio. His lawyer starts the March of Dimes. Kids are sending dimes, nickels, and quarters to Jonas Salk. Jonas Salk makes this vaccine. He gives it to the pharmaceutical companies. There's 4 companies that he gives it to. But the one that you need to remember, because your boy's going to be able to pull it up, it's called Cutter Pharmaceuticals. Turns out, Cutter, C-U-T-T-E-R. No doctor ever learns about what I'm about to tell you now. Okay? It's been whitewashed from history. So here's the interesting part. Cutter Pharmaceuticals is in charge of growing this. Remember the date. The date is really important for you to get. 1951. When was DNA discovered, my friend? 1953 by Watson and Crick. So we're in the pre-molecular biology age, okay? Cutter tells, all the 4 pharmaceutical companies tell Salk that his mix is very difficult to grow, this vaccine. So what do? Salk says, I think we need to use a primate that's close to humans. Then we'll have a good culture medium. So what do? They use the African green monkey. Okay. Turns out there's something they didn't know. Here's the good part of the story, and getting ready to step into crazy town. They're able to grow the vaccine on the African green monkey. They use kidney cells that they grew it on. Okay. They create Salk's vaccine, and guess who's the first guy to test it? Dr. Ochsner in New Orleans at the Ochsner Medical Foundation. Things that you need to know about Ochsner. He was a surgeon. He was very famous for being an anti-cancer guy. He used to tell medical students way back when that if this patient has lung cancer, I want you to come and see it because you'll never see another case in your life. That's how rare cancer was in the 1900s to 1920s. That's this guy's reputation. Where you're catching him right now in this part of his life, he's probably in his 60s. He's the dean of Tulane Medical School. He's also the head of surgery after Rudolph Matas, who's a big famous surgeon in New Orleans that people today would know. Something interesting happens right around this time where he loses and gets thrown out. Do you know what it was? 1951, he brings the vaccine into the amphitheater, the surgical amphitheater, calls the entire medical staff of Ochsner. He brings his grandson and grandchild in there, and he injects both of them with the Cutter vaccine. His grandson died in 7 days of polio. His granddaughter gets polio in her leg. She doesn't die. Okay? Everybody who's ever trained in New Orleans knows about this story. Now, younger doctors now, they don't learn about it. I was probably the last group of people, late 80s and early 90s. Do you know why? Ochsner was already dead, but you know who was alive? His son. And guess where I did 2 years of my neurosurgery residency, my friend? Ochsner Medical Foundation. Wow. Oh, it gets better. Hold on. So I'm doing my first year of residency, and you know who's filming JFK in the basement of Charity Hospital? Oliver Stone. So it's going down right then and there, and here I am, a dude from New York in the Deep South, seeing all this shitstorm going around me. Do you know who my ER nurse was? Virginia Garrison, Jim Garrison's daughter. This is the DA that put Clay Shaw on trial for the assassination of JFK. And no one ever made the links that I'm about to tell you. So I'm sitting there while this whole thing's going on my first year. And Virginia knows that in 2 months I'm getting ready to go to Ochsner. And she looks at me and she goes, bro, you better be really careful about what you do when you go there. She goes, because this guy's one of the most nefarious people you'll ever meet. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? And she starts telling me some stories about what her dad really knew, because the guy that he wanted to put on trial was Alton Ochsner. But they put Clay Shaw on trial. You have to realize something. In this day, putting Alton Ochsner in New Orleans on trial would be like putting Fauci on trial in Washington, D.C. right now. You have no chance of telling the story that I'm about to tell you. So remember, Ochsner's the first ever National Cancer Institute doctor. I told you he's the anti-cancer doctor. So after he does this to his grandchildren, he then turns around and tells the industrial military complex, because that's who is developing this, that, look, we need to slow our roll down. We need to get this right. We need to fix the problem. So they casually turn all the science over to a doctor named Dr. Bernice Eddy at the NIH. Dr. Eddy does all this work from 51 through 53, 54. DNA gets discovered. And guess what Dr. Eddy finds out? All the original polio vaccines that Salk came up with were all tainted with SV40. And no one knew it because DNA hadn't been discovered yet. So she tells everybody in the NIH, she tells everybody in the FDA that this has gone on. And what does the industrial military complex do, my friend? They fucking pass the jab out to 300 million people in the world. And they created the whole epidemic of cancer. And guess what? Did the industrial military complex allow Bernice Eddy to tell this story to anybody? No. So guess what Bernice Eddy did? She got canceled before Becker, 25 years before that. What did she do? She gave a talk in, I think it was 1955, at the New York Academy of Sciences. And at the end of the talk, she drops the little nugget that I just dropped to you. That, oh, by the way, all the polio viruses were contaminated with SV40. And what SV40 stands for those in your audience who don't know, simian virus 40. So that means there was 39 other viruses that are out there. Okay? What do you need to know, my friend, about SV40? This is the only thing. Take a look at me. I want you to look at me and not that. This is the most important thing of this story.
I'm looking.
The SV40 promoter allows things to get across the nuclear membrane to get into where RNA and DNA is and do bad things. Okay? So, what does the government do? After Eddie announces this to the freaking scientific world, they defund her lab. They take her out of the NIH. She's lost to history. Here's the best part. You go look today at the FDA and NIH website, you'll notice from 51 through 57, you don't see anybody's name. When I tell you this is better than 2024 YouTube cancellation, you find no evidence of the Cutter incident. You know why most doctors don't know about it? Because of what I just told you. So here I am training, I don't know, this is like maybe 27, 30 years after this event. And why do I find out about it? Not because I learned about it in medical school. Because Virginia Garrison told me what went down, and then what did I do? I went to the medical school library and started pulling stories up. Then I went even further. I went to talk to Alton Ochsner's son, who's a cardiothoracic surgeon who happens to do surgery with us when we used to clip aneurysms. When we used to clip aneurysms, we'd open the head, but we'd have to stop the heart to clip them. That's how long ago I've been a neurosurgeon. We don't do it like that anymore. So in one of those cases, it was a basilar tip aneurysm. J.O.'s open in the chest with one of his other doctors named Keith Van Meter. And J.O.'s sitting there. And I just casually told my neurosurgery mentor at the time, I said, I'm going to ask him about all this. And he goes, bro, I don't know if you really want to go there. But now, here comes the part of the story that you're really going to shit the bed on. So
I said, any shit left. I
said, J.O., I said, is it true what happened with your niece and nephew about, the polio vaccine? He goes, and this is the crazy thing. This guy was a real chatty guy. I thought he would shut me down. Bro, he started talking to me for almost an hour and a half, 2 hours. And once he opened up about that, then I went for the nuclear weapon, and I mean this literally and figuratively. I said, J.O., tell me, why is it that we have a nuclear device in the basement of a community hospital? It's called a LINAC. And who uses that? LINACs are used to treat brain tumors. I said, I know you guys have done really well here. I said, but that's $100 million piece of equipment. And I said, we can barely get new instruments to do spine surgery in this hospital.
What? So for people who are uninitiated, I'm
gonna go there. Okay. Just I'm trying to give you the punch in the mouth so you understand where we're going. So this is a device that is an electromagnetic device that delivers radiation from gamma rays all the way to RF radiation. You can just turn it down. No place outside of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has these devices at this time. So when I was a first-year resident and I walk over to Ochsner and I see a LINAC laying down on its side and it looks like a nuclear weapon, I'm going, where in the fuck did we get the money for this? It's cool. Most doctors say, oh, well, we have cutting-edge stuff. We can treat brain tumors and this and that. But that's not where I was going with it. I was like, where'd this come from? So in this talk that I had with J.O., I had already been preconditioned by several of the people from the JFK movie and from Virginia Garrison herself. And when she told me, she goes, there's more to this story that nobody knows that won't be in that movie that they're filming downstairs. So she was really good about going to St. Charles Tavern and talking, especially when we came off a shift. And I got her a little loaded. And she started telling me about this polio virus and monkeys and this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, well, I do know that we do a lot of monkey research at LSU. Because remember, I'm an LSU resident, and we did have a monkey lab. And I was like, wow. And I knew Tulane had a monkey lab. Mm-hmm. So I'm starting to ask a lot of questions now. And what I find out is that Ochsner was that when this went down with his grandchildren and this Bernice Eddy thing, this is a very short period of time, 3-year history. He goes from being an FBI asset to a CIA asset. Then the CIA, they ask him specifically, we want you to fix this SV40 problem. So what does he do? He goes out and he hires the world expert in viruses and oncology. Her name is Dr. Sarah Stewart. She trained University of Chicago. You know where else is in the University of Chicago, right? That's where the nuclear program begins. That's the Fermi Research Lab.
Oh, okay.
She gets her compatriot, who's a classmate, Dr. Mary Sherman, who's an orthopedic surgeon, who's an expert in bone cancer. He hires both of them. Guess what magically happens? Sarah Stewart is based at the U.S. Public Health Hospital in New Orleans at this time by the military. Mary Sherman is a staff doctor at Ochsner Medical Foundation running the game here. They set up a bioweapons lab, the first of its kind, on Magazine Street in an apartment. And guess who the 3 people there are running it? A young girl who won a science project when she was in Florida. She actually is from Florida. Her name's Judith Very Baker. She was very interested in Sarah Stewart's work. And when she won this thing, Ochsner pulled her and said, you're going to be the lab technician. She was promised a medical school education and a residency if she worked under Mary Sherman. Who else is in this motley crew? David Ferry. We'll talk about him in a bit. Who's the other person? Lee Harvey Oswald. So guess what Lee Harvey Oswald, Judith Ferry Baker, and David Ferry are doing? They are running the bioweapons lab.
What year again?
This is 1962, 63, right before they killed Kennedy. So what's happening? Because remember, Ochsner, how did he make all his money? So how did he get tied up in this whole thing? So you understand. When I was a resident, he had this nice community hospital. It wasn't huge, but it's nice. Now it's a massive place. But out in front of it, he had all the flags for all the dictators that ran Central and South America. He used to take care of all of them. They were all right-wing dictators. Mm-hmm. He was a right-wing politician. That's the reason the people at Tulane University threw him out of being the dean and the head of surgery at Tulane. So what did he do? Instead of getting pissed off, he said, fuck it, I'm just going to go open my own hospital to compete against you. So that's what he does. So how does he make it successful? He starts working with right-wing politics. All these people come, and he becomes enriched by this. The military is obviously very interested in this because they're the people that overthrow these governments down there. That's why he was an FBI asset. But when this shit hits with SV40, the CIA says to him, you need to fix this.
And so what do you mean by fix it?
Meaning the government knows that they just started the war on cancer. Like, they gave the world cancer at record rates overnight.
Did they know this was going to happen?
Absolutely, because guess who told them? Sarah Stewart.
Okay.
She was the world expert that worked for the government. And when she heard what they did, she said, you need to hire Mary Sherman. You need to put both of us on this project, and we need to do this in clandestine fashion. In fact, the day that David Ferry gets killed, Sarah Stewart's lab book was found by Jim Garrison. This is a very interesting story, my friend. Now you can start to see why this is all really intertwined.
So what did they mean when they said you need to fix the SV40 problem?
Meaning there has to be something that you can get that out of the genetic code.
Okay.
So what do? The CIA goes straight to the delegation in the United States Senate that controlled money at that time. Do you know who all of them were? All the people in Louisiana. How do you like that? This is UEP Long's son, who's a state senator. Hale Boggs, remember he was on the Warren Commission?
Yep.
Hale Boggs is the head of the Appropriations Committee. So magically, Ochsner gets a Linac delivered to the U.S. Public Health Hospital that's across the street from Children's Hospital on Henry Clay Boulevard. And it's standing up in a building that is only 3 stories from the street, but it goes 3 stories down in the ground. And this thing is standing up like you would see a nuclear weapon like in the Planet of the Apes, the first version.
Yeah.
There's 6 targets that are pointing at the Linac. Okay? They start using small little mammals with the polio virus injected, and they start zapping it with all different levels of radiation to see if they can eradicate it. Mm-hmm. This should not sound crazy to you because that's exactly what oncologists do today, right, to tumors? Mm-hmm. But guess where the problem lies? What did the oncologist, what did Sarah Stewart and Mary Stewart and the Motley crew find? The more they irradiate it, the more lethal the SV40 became. In other words, it caused unbelievable cancer, and it happened like that. So these tests kept going on. And then what happens? 1959. Castro comes in. And you know that the FBI and the CIA, all that stuff that you've already talked with Ian Carroll about, and, well, who's the other guy? Martyr Maid? Yeah,
I haven't talked to him.
But that dude, he's the academic historian. And the other guy is like, I would call the conspiracy theorist.
Ian?
Right, yeah. Ian. Yeah. But he's not really a conspiracy theorist. A lot of what he believes is right, but this whole thing, nobody knows about what I'm telling you right now and how these things link. Because, I even said to Bobby in the Tetragrammaton podcast, I said, what's the difference between fact and fiction? Fiction has to make sense. The story that I'm telling you right now, because I can see in your face, you're like, dude, this is the craziest story ever.
I've never heard any of this stuff before.
No, you won't, because I told you. Do you think the YouTube stuff that you're going through now is bad? Do you think what, the World Economic Forum and what Fauci's done is bad? Bro, you have no fucking idea. And that's the reason I'm telling you, I was wise to this when COVID came. Because I know this story. I lived it. It was in the beginning of my residency. And I asked questions. That's all I did. I want to know why we had a Linac. I want to know what's going on in this polio story. And then I said, I want to know why the primate lab was moved from LSU and Tulane, and now it's sitting across the lake in Covington, Louisiana. Well, I got the answer through this story. Now I know the reason why. So what happens is Mary Sherman is radiating the fuck out of these mice. They would bring the mice to Judith Ferry Baker, who would homogenize it with Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald was just the runner, going back and forth, and they had to have a front for him and Judith Ferry Baker. What was the front? They worked on the coffee factory on Canal Boulevard. So just so you know, did I do my homework on this? I had Judith Ferry Baker at my house on July 4th, 2020, with the freaking receipts of them two working together. It's published in her book, but I didn't believe her. I said, yeah. They were working together, and he was an asset in this program. Why? Because he was going to be the one to deliver this bioweapon in a cigar to Castro. That's the reason he went to Russia. So who's David Ferry in all this thing? David Ferry is a disgraced Eastern Airline pilot who was involved with the mafia training the people for the Bay of Pigs. He was here in Florida, and he was in Lake Pontchartrain. There's pictures of David Ferry and Oswald in Lake Pontchartrain everywhere in New Orleans. But you guys don't know about it. Because it was buried by, guess who? The Warren Commission, the FBI,
right.
The people that didn't want this story out. The only person that's still alive from this whole story is Judith Ferry Baker. She's like in her 80s.
Wow.
But she's written a book about it, and I can tell you that there was parts of the book that I knew about it. There was things that I knew she didn't know, and there was something, this is really important, there was something that I knew Bobby Kennedy, if I told him, he would know that I wasn't full of shit. And that's kind of why I did the podcast with Rick Rubin and him. And when I told him, his eyeballs told me all I needed to know. So when this project starts, they find out that this thing can't be fixed. In fact, they just made the most
SV40.
Right. They just made the most lethal bioweapon on the planet. So what does the industrial military complex do? What anybody does now with, bad things. Let's take it as an opportunity. So they develop it. And that's where they come with the idea to take Castro out. Because at that time, the deal was we're either going to take Castro out or we're going to take JFK out. Why was the JFK thing a big deal? JFK not giving air cover to the industrial military complex for the Bay of Pigs really was a huge, big deal.
Yep.
And there was a lot of people like David Ferry. If you read the book about him, dude, he hated Kennedy because all those guys, all those Cuban exiles that he was training with Oswald, they were all captured or killed. So, and he was actually a pilot in the Bay of Pigs invasion in '62.
I interviewed one of them not too long ago.
There you go.
Felix Rodriguez.
So what happens is that Oswald never wanted to kill Kennedy. He knew that what the situation was. If they didn't get Castro, they were going to have to do Kennedy, which goes to the beginning of this podcast. Do you know the reason why Castro always stayed a step ahead of the CIA and FBI? Trafficante was a double agent. And guess how? So this is where the story of the mob that very few people have put together. At that time, I just told you that the casinos go boom.
Yes.
So they lost a lot of their money.
Right.
Mo Dalitz is kicking ass and taking names in Vegas. So the Chicago bosses, I'm still blanking on his name. Sam, it begins with a C. His nickname used to be Momo. That'll show you. You may
find it. Yeah, find him, Steve. Sam Momo, Chicago.
Yeah. Well, he's friends with Carlos Marsalo. Marsalo controls both Florida and New Orleans. Trafficante starts doing deals with Castro. They started running all the drugs through
Giancana.
There you go. Sam Giancana. I just couldn't remember the name. And he starts running drugs through Florida, and guess what? The Italian mob finds out that this is more profitable than casinos. So the reason why this goes down is he cuts a deal with Castro that I'll feed you any information I get about you, but you keep letting us run the drugs through New Orleans and Florida. So that's where the mob gets involved with drugs. Mm-hmm. Nobody in the CIA, FBI knows really why this is going on. So Castro was never able to be killed. I think the CIA is on record saying they tried to kill him 7, 8, 9 times.
Right.
They were always unsuccessful because of the link I just told you. So what happens next? They go, and this is the best part of the story. This is the part of the story that really exonerates Lee Harvey Oswald, but the industrial military complex will never allow you to know it. They have to test the weapon. Oshner knows that he has to test the weapon, so he goes to Angola prison, the same prison Johnny Cash is famous for going to singing. They find a guy on death row. They tell him they're going to inject him with something, but they tell him, you're going to die anyway, whether it be by the gas chamber or electrocution or here, but we'll give your family money. The guy actually agrees to do it. They transfer him to Angola, to a small little prison in Clinton, Louisiana, and you'll know why I know all this stuff. And who drives up the bioweapon? They don't let Judith Ferry Baker do it. They actually give it David Ferry, Lee Harvey Oswald, and Clay Shaw are in the car. Do you want to know why they put Clay Shaw on trial? Because he was seen in Clinton, Louisiana, which at the time, in 1963, was a very black town. These are 3 white guys in a black Cadillac. This is the same day that Martin Luther King gives his I Have a Dream speech. And why is this a big deal in Clinton? Because they're registering black people to vote. And guess who registers to vote that day in Clinton, Louisiana? Lee Harvey Oswald. You'll be able to find it. So guess what happens? This is how Garrison knew that Clay Shaw was going there. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he had an idea. So they go up to the prison. They inject the prisoner. He's dead within 10 days of cancer. So they get a positive on that. Guess what happens? Judith Ferry Baker finds out what they did through Oswald, and she goes fucking ballistic. She goes back and tells Oshner. Oshner threatens her, says, you're no longer going to medical school.
Who's Oshner again?
Oshner's the guy, the doctor that started this whole process.
Okay.
The polio guy, the guy that injected his kids.
Oh, yes, his grandkids.
So he gets furious. She runs back to Florida. What magically happens next? Oswald tries the attempt to go to Cuba to deliver the cigar. He's unsuccessful. Literally.
Is this when he went to Mexico City and tried to get to Cuba?
Cuba, correct.
Yeah, oh, my God.
That's exactly right, bro. You're putting the dots together. I figured that you would once you hear all this. But here's the funny part of the story. When he fails, he tells Judith Ferry Baker on the phone, which you can read about in her book, he says, they're going to kill Kennedy, and I'm going to be the patsy. So the first attempt on JFK's life, believe it or not, is actually in Chicago. Guess who foils it? Lee Harvey Oswald with a phone call to the cops. Tips them off, and they can't kill him.
They try to kill him here in Tampa, too.
Right. But this is a month before they kill him in Dallas.
Yes.
So in Dallas, what happens then, the famous meeting between H.L. Hunt, Clint Murchison, Nixon, the Bush family, everybody's in this hotel, in the Marriott Hotel. That story gets told by LBJ's, piece of ass on the side. Mm-hmm. I think that got told in like 2008, 2009. I actually knew about that because that was some of the juice that was dripped out to me in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. And the reason it was important in New Orleans politics is because Lady Bird Johnson, again, this is how I fact-checked it to know it wasn't bullshit. Clint Murchison, who's the first owner of the Dallas Cowboys, is an oilman. Him and Lady Bird Johnson bought all the real estate from Dallas to New Orleans because I-10 was built in the 50s when Nixon was the vice president. So Nixon told them where the road was going to go, and that's how they got tons of money. So when I fact-checked that, I was like, okay, this now is definitely plausible how all these people are tied together. Then the final thing that I did, after my residency's over, the U.S. Public Health Hospital gets decommissioned. And I knew that when all this shit was going on with COVID, I said, I need to go back down there and check the public health hospital out. I was fortunate because the same janitor that was there when I was a resident at Henry Clay Boulevard, he knew who I was. And I said, I see they're renovating the building. I said, do you think I can get in there? He goes, dude, nobody's used that in years. He goes, it's kind of empty. And I said, you remember the machine that was in there? I said, do you know where it went? He goes, no one ever told us this and that. Oh, the same machine is in the basement of Offshore. That's what happened. And it was retooled by a technician so that it would lay down so we could use it for cancer patients. Wow. So how did I know the weapon was there? Two things. The first way I walked in, I found out there was 3 stories below the ground that you can never see. Mm-hmm. The thing that always was very unusual about this hospital, it has a huge wall. The wall's about 15 feet tall, like you would see around a base. And it didn't make any sense to me. It had these big, huge metal doors because they didn't want anybody in there. But the most remarkable thing about this, when I got to the basement, when I saw the 6 concrete stanchions that were there, massive grounding plates. The grounding plate, the wall behind you from where that exit sign is to that corner was that big and probably 5 feet taller. And there's 2 of these in there with massive electric power lines going in there. I knew what it was right away. It was the grounding metal for the Linac because you have something that make 30 million volts. So you have to have something to, get rid of it.
Yeah.
So then it dawned on me, wait a minute. I know another way that I can prove that this shit was going on back in the 50s and 60s. I went to Entergy. Entergy is the electric power company in New Orleans. They have nuclear power plants, this and that. So I walked in there and I said, can I see the bills for the U.S. Public Health Hospital, for these times? They're all covered by redaction and government stuff. So I knew right away that I was right at ground zero when this happens. Now, just when you think the story's over, 6 months after JFK gets killed, David Ferry gets killed. Okay?
Wow.
Jim Garrison.
How did he die?
No one knows. So this is how I got Bobby entangled into this. I'm talking about RFK Jr. So I would have no way of knowing this, okay? What I'm about to tell you. It's very public that Jim Garrison was at the crime scene because he was the DA in New Orleans. Ferry is found dead. He kept telling everybody in the French Quarter that he was going to die when JFK got killed. Why? Because he knew. He told everybody they had to kill Lee Harvey Oswald because Marcello was linked to him. He was a key. Ruby was the guy to do it. Then they took Ruby out as well. So you can see everybody's dropping. So Judith was back in Florida. They couldn't find her. The only person who knew who she was Trafficante. And everybody thought for sure Trafficante would get her, but he never did. And what happens with Ferry, at his death scene, Bobby Kennedy Sr. calls on the phone. Or I should say, Jim Garrison calls Bobby Kennedy Sr. Because Kennedy Sr. and Garrison are talking. Why? Because Garrison knows that there's a conspiracy to kill JFK that began in New Orleans. And he knows that Lee Harvey Oswald's got nothing to do with it. He knows that Ochsner, Clay Shaw, he's putting pieces together. Okay? The CIA, the FBI, they're bugging his office. So they knew he was getting close. That's why they try to make him look like a clown show. But this is the key point. When Garrison calls Bobby Kennedy Sr. to tell him about what he found, guess who answers the phone? Bobby Kennedy Jr. Guess who knew that? Me. And I told Bobby that in the Tetragrammaton podcast. I'd have no way of knowing that. Whoa. So that's how he knew that I wasn't a tinfoil cap guy. I put this whole thing together. And I knew about this from the beginning of my residency, and that's part of the reason that I went to talk to Becker, because I knew his part of the story was tied to this part of the story. And this is before COVID, but it's also now explains to you why I didn't trust anybody during COVID. When I saw there was 2 legal definitions, I knew that Pfizer was going to use the SV40 promoter, but I had no way to prove it, my friend. None. Because, I'm not a molecular biologist anymore. I can't do those things. I'm not doing research. I'm in clinical practice. But I knew what these motherfuckers were capable of. And when I saw that, I was like, okay. Then the 2020 version of Bernice Eddy comes to the scene. This is a guy you really should interview on your podcast. His name is Kevin McKiernan. Do you know anything about him?
Kevin McKiernan?
Yes.
No, I never heard of him.
You need to write his name down because this guy, to me, is an absolute patriot and hero. So, Kevin, you need to know a little about his backstory because guess what? It ties to the Google boys and it ties to DARPA. Remember Craig Ventnor? Human Genome Project?
Yes.
Clinton administration?
Yep.
Told everybody humans are going to have 100,000 genes. Chimps and monkeys will have 25,000 because we're so better than them. That blows up in his face. He's a transhumanist, just like the guys at Google, just like Wojcicki, just like everybody in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
So
the transhumanist thing is bizarre.
No, it's not. It actually makes total sense, dude. These are all people who have been through the marshmallow experiment, bro. They're all been zapped by the industrial military complex. We ain't done yet. Take a drink of your liquid death there.
I need that. I need one of these. So the transhumanist thing, I always thought it was a scam.
No. Oh, no. It's actually evidence. It's evidence of MK Ultra 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. But guess what MK Ultra is called today? Do you know? Any of your conspiracy boys ever told?
I have no clue.
Brain Health Initiative set forth in 2013 by President Obama. Do you know where it's based? In Central and South America. Isn't that funny that it's in the same places where you can't find it? And do you know where it's hidden in? Places called Centers of Excellence. How do you know that I'm right? Do you remember the story I told you about Sidney Gottlieb before? In MK Ultra 1.0, when he took LSD and dripped it down on St. Louis? Do you know who sponsored that experiment? Washington University and the U.S. Navy. That's also discoverable. Do you know where Washington University is?
Washington?
St. Louis. It's a major medical school in St. Louis. They were part of it. Do you know who sponsored the Brain Health Initiative? Washington University and the U.S. Navy. How do you like that?
Did you put this together by yourself?
Yep. Bro.
No one else is talking about this?
Just so you understand why. What do doctors do? Especially good doctors, they're diagnosticians. They take a mystery and a patient to try to figure out what's going on. This mystery, I've been picking up clues and breadcrumbs for 30 years of my medical training, and I don't fucking forget anything, bro. You see, I'm doing this all from my memory right here. Do I have any notes in front of me?
No.
And the only thing I blanked on was the dude's name from Chicago.
Right.
So, this story isn't finished yet. So the Brain Health Initiative comes in. This stuff is being done in places right now. Many of the things that you're seeing in the transhumanist movement is actually being done. So now you may start to understand why we have an open border. All the people that have been through these training programs in Central and South America are being let into the United States, and they're being deployed in very specific cities. So you want to know why Springfield, Ohio has who they have there? Do you want to know the reason why people are being brought into Alabama? There's a reason, my friend. Do you understand the game that's going on?
Why are they specifically bringing people into Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora, Colorado, and all this stuff? Like, what's the significance of those places?
What would a transhumanist do? Does a transhumanist really have any care about the people that are here, or do they want their people that are easily controllable in? Like, did Sujin Wojcicki?
Wait.
Does she care?
My definition. I thought the transhumanists were just were people who were going to get their brains frozen after they died.
No, they're more than that, my friend. They're the same people like Bill Gates' dad. They're eugenists. They want to trim everybody. They're not interested. Like, if you sat down and talked to Nicole, she will tell you stories. But the reason I'm paying attention to this is you need to realize I pay attention to all of the families of the big Silicon Valley people. Why? Because they are all tied to MK Ultra 4.0, 5.0. Every single one of them. And there's a reason they follow the rules of the industrial military complex. Because they're designed to do that. Okay? And guess what? They get that training at the universities that they went. Stanford, Harvard. Just remember where all these people come from, my friend. Name any of them.
Is this why you moved out of the country?
Pretty much. And look, I've been saving this for 30 years. And I believe we're in the 9th inning, that if November 5th goes the wrong way, that we're Venezuela. We are where Venezuela was in 2005, 2006, and Chavez comes in and they take our guns. Kamala's already said she wants the guns. My problem...
She changed it in the debate.
Bro, she's still fucking full of shit. You know it.
Yeah.
But here's my problem. 55% of the United States population has been MK Ultra'd through the screen technology. So they're all obedient idiots. So here's my position. This goes very proximal to what Ayn Rand wrote in Atlas Shrugged. If we ever get to a point where it's mob rules, which is exactly why the Democrats always say democracy and not constitutional republic, bro, this is the problem. And I believe we're here. And, you know, you and I are in Florida right now. I haven't told you this. I have to come back one more time to vote. And I vote in Florida.
Oh, do you vote here?
Yes, I do. Because I have a clinic in Destin. And when I talked to Bobby about this, he goes, look, I need you to vote for me. Even in that state, he's changed his tune after he joined forces with Trump. Really? Now he wants me to vote for Trump. And I reiterated that literally 2 days ago with Nicole. I asked Nicole straight. She goes, nope, we want you to vote for Trump. My nurse, who you spoke with, Chantal, Nicole told her the same thing. We want you to vote for Trump. And
not for Bobby.
No, because now...
Well, he dropped out, so...
Well, but the thing is, there was a talk that he needed to get the 5% to get the third party. But now he realizes, I think, how serious the situation is. So the podcast that I told you to listen to before I came on with you is the Alexis Jasmine podcast.
Yes.
I made a prediction in there before it happened. I said, they're going to come and get Trump again. And guess what? The day that we did the live X event with Nicole,
They found the guy at the golf course.
Right. That happened right then and there. And I'm telling you right now, they're not done.
No.
I expect at least 2 to 3 more times, because guess what? The only way to ensure the next step of the plan, because what is the real story of COVID? COVID is not what any of you think. COVID was it's a compliance test for a coming economic reset. So remember I told you earlier that the industrial military complex, its energy, the source is cheap money. Cheap money is how they fuel all of these things. So parts of the story that we glanced over that I'm going to tell you, that I actually told Dr. Alexis, these parts are really going to infuriate you. So I told you how we got the money laundering thing through drugs and how it started with Castro and Trafficante. What if I tell you that the war on drugs part 2 started with the Iran-Contra affair with Ronald Reagan and Oliver North? The story that you believed as a young boy was that it was about running guns to Nicaragua. What if I told you it wasn't that at all? It was to make sure that the industrial military complex captured the pathway between the Colombian drug cartel and the Mexican cartel so that they could deliver opiates right into the United States.
Fun black ops.
Right. And that's exactly what Iran-Contra was all about. It's another pile of money. Okay? So...
Are you familiar with Danny Sheehan?
No.
Harvard lawyer. He was he worked on the Iran-Contra case, the Pentagon Papers case, the Watergate case, all these cases. He came in here and basically elucidated all this stuff beautifully. But he's how I got my education in this.
All right. Well, perfect. Then I don't have to go through it again.
No. I don't mean to interrupt, but I just
want you to understand what the goal was. It was to create a pile of money. So what has the government done? First, Social Security they stole. Okay. Then you have Iran-Contra. You know when that one goes down. That's another pile of money that they start the war on drugs. The government is fueling this because they need the money to run black ops.
Right.
Here's the big one. Who gets hired in 1982, my friend, and at the same time? Anthony Fauci.
Okay.
By Reagan. What else happens right then and there at that time? You might remember somebody in the industrial military complex came up with the idea, how about we have Americans donate and to their own retirement called the Roth or SEP IRA. So we can create this huge pile of money that the Treasury and the Fed will watch, which has never been audited to this day. So what did they do? They came up with another plan through Congress so that now Americans put all their retirement money in, so they're able to launder that money too. So now let's do a hard stop, because I haven't talked to you about this at all. I don't know if you're a Bitcoiner or not, but maybe you can understand now why.
I don't pay a close attention to it, but I understand I own some.
You will after what I'm about to tell you. You're going to change that in a lickety-split minute. So all this money is sitting in there. No one's able to audit it. So fast forward, I don't know, 20 years ago, you heard about a guy named Bernie Madoff, right? Mm-hmm. You know about what he did. Mm-hmm. How did he get outed? The owner of the New York Mets at the time, Nelson Doubleday, put some of his money in there, and he asked for it back when he was going through financial hardship, and that's what took Bernie Madoff down. Bernie gets thrown into jail, but guess what also happens? The government realizes as soon as Madoff goes down, if anybody starts asking for money back, they're going to have a problem. So how old are you?
30. I just turned 37.
Beautiful. So I want you to think about your mom and dad. They're boomers like me. Who is going to be all these people that opened up Roth IRAs starting to retire right about now? What happens when you taper a Ponzi scheme and people start taking their money out?
Collapses.
Have you ever looked at the rules for a Roth? Oh, you don't have to take it all out all at once. Just take a little bit at a time. We'll let you go all the way to 70. So go look at the years the boomers were built. The last year is 64. So
you're saying the boomers are
hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
I'm developing this idea for you. So in Bitcoin, we have guys like Max Kaiser. We have the big Bitcoiners. They always say, Lawrence Lepard, you cannot taper a Ponzi scheme. Why? Because when people want their money back, it causes the house of cards to collapse.
Yes.
What if I told you that the industrial military complex figured out how to taper a Ponzi scheme? With a shot. You're slowly going to take people out who complied. So you don't have to pay them back, bro. And guess what? Why does it make sense? What do you know about U.S. tax law? When people die that have a lot of money in a Roth or an IRA, don't they have to pay estate tax, 55%? So who's getting the gravy? The government's getting that money back, bro. So guess what? Do you understand now why we started this podcast with Susan and the turbo cancer? And yet I took you back 50 years and showed it to you and Jack Rubenstein. And what's happening now that Kevin McKiernan has proven? Kevin McKiernan does the test, takes unopened expired vials and fucking tests and finds SV40 in a jab 50 years after the polio massacre. Do you understand, bro, what's really going on? Because let me tell you something. I'm teaching you right now about the Dunning-Kruger effect. When what you don't know turns out to be the most important part of the story, everything you thought you knew goes. So, my friend, that's the real reason why I went to Dallas 2 days ago and spoke at Dealey Plaza and laid this whole story out on tape and told everything I know in every detail. Because if I happen to get taken out by acute lead toxicity, I want a young guy like you who's doing this podcast to make sure you go fucking fact check Uncle Jack. But I promise you, I'm not going to let you down. Every single one of you out there needs to know what I'm talking about. These are the biggest fucking criminals in the world. They make Adolf Hitler look like a street gangster. They've killed way more than 4 million people, and they're not done. They're looking to completely take out millions of people, slowly over time, all different kinds of ways. So, don't think it's over. What did Fauci and the Bi-Dolac and the vaccine law really do? Gave them the most impressive bioweapon ever, and no one in the legal profession can sue them because they have immunity.
Right.
Got it?
Right, yeah.
Understand where we're going now, bro?
Oh, yeah.
Feeling it?
I don't want to believe it. It's fucking terrifying.
Well, guess what? That's
I want you to be wrong.
But guess what? This is a guy that does podcasts to talk about conspiracies, and all of a sudden, when you start to realize that all the conspiracies that you've done your homework with other guests, but when the dude comes in here and puts it all together, and you sit there and you go, what did I say to you in this podcast? Like, he needs to make a clip of this. What's the difference between fact and fiction? Fiction has to make sense. There ain't nothing about this that makes sense.
Right, yeah.
But guess what?
That's totally right. You're totally right about that.
Every single thing that I told you, you can now fact check. Do you think that was true when this started out for me in 88, 89, 90, 91, 92? Nope. When did I know I was right?
Right.
Dude, this program ain't going away. And I've already told you where they're being tested now. Remember the black guy that was on death row in Clinton, Louisiana? Now it's all people with brown skin that are in Central and South America. That's what the Brain Health Initiative is all about. See, that's the execution part of the plan. And then they're creating a military to bring them up to the United States now. So that you're having all these crazy bastards that have been programmed now led into the United States and made citizens. Guess why? Not only are they a replacement for you, which a lot of the black folks are starting to wake up to, but they're going to be controllable replacements. This plan has been in since Tavistock in 1921.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does.
Why would you want, if you're a country, why would you want to do that to your population? The biggest thing
because our Constitution for tyranny, treason, death. If you know about this, and that Constitution is in law, what is the goal of the industrial military complex? You want me to distill this down for you so it lands? They want to replace the U.S. Constitution with the UN Charter. That's what they want to do.
Right.
Because then they have free reign. They then control the executive and Congress, but what branch don't they control? You know why they went back into the plan to kill Trump? Because he put two guys that are Fourth Amendment experts on the Supreme Court. Do you know why you can't get a CBDC through now? Because the fucking Fourth Amendment blocks it. That's the real reason, bro. That's why they hate Trump. That's the number one. It's about the only thing Trump did his first term that I'm happy about. Everything else, he basically is a fucking idiot that let all these people around him. I mean, just to explain this to you, how pissed off I am about this. He put Steve Mnuchin from Goldman Sachs as his Treasury Secretary.
Right.
Right then and there told me, you're a fucking moron.
Yep.
Because that's letting a barbarian in the gate. Then what does he do?
Lisa, the CIA lady who burned up all the documents for...
Exactly. But think about Jeff Sessions. It took him 2 days to turn. Think about Comey.
Yeah.
Dude, every single person around him. So when... You probably can tell I'm not really a Trump fan, but I told you I'm voting for him. Why? Mm-hmm. Because Bobby is now part of the team. Bobby knows, look, Trump wants to drain the swamp. You know what Bobby knows? He knows where the drain plug is. That's what we need. Because let me just tell you something. Everybody in the Joint Chiefs, everybody in the industrial military complex, everybody in Congress. There's people that are sitting in Congress right now that need to be for treason. Okay? They allowed this to happen. And we the people, let me just tell you something. When Thomas Jefferson and James Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers why the fucking Second Amendment is what the Second Amendment is, you got to remember, it wasn't for hunting. It wasn't for school things. Mm-hmm. It was to protect us from our government.
Exactly. Yes.
And guess what, bro? We're here. We are here. They actually used, if you want to know the story that I don't know how much in other podcasts you developed. Let's talk about what really happened with JFK.
Real quick, can we, I want to basically summarize what we were trying to talk, what you were explaining to me earlier about the values in the SV40 and with Roth IRAs. So essentially what happened with the COVID mRNA vaccine was it killed and people, mainly elderly people, right? People
Correct.
That were like 50, 60, 70 plus with multiple comorbidities. Didn't affect kids.
That's actually the front story they want you to believe. That's not true. You know who's dying now? Guys who are influencers that have big muscles and young like you because they all complied. That's who's getting taken out. The boomers are getting taken out too. But COVID wasn't the real problem. It's actually the treatment of COVID
Right.
which is taking you out.
Right.
And they know. How do they know who took it? Do you know who went through the Marshmallow program? Sergey Brin's first wife. Do you know what she does? Epic. That's the electronic medical record of the whole system, so they know. Do you know who runs 23andMe?
Is it the CIA?
No. Sergey Brin's ex-wife. This is, just so you know, the girl that...
Not Nicole.
No. The girl that your guy just pulled up, Susan?
Yes.
Her sister runs 23andMe. How you like that?
I don't like that. That's crazy.
Well, guess what I'm trying to tell you? They have the data. They're the data collection. Remember I told you that these kids that run these programs, all of them are being controlled by the industrial military complex. Dude, this has been planned all the way from when General Groves left in 1947. You know what his parting gift was? Turning the OSS into the CIA. They've been working with General Groves when he's outside the government. And do you know why he was forced outside the government? Because Eisenhower hated his guts. And what did he do? He formed a militia outside the military, and they got powerful. So powerful that they got all these companies in Texas, Illinois, and California to work as part of the industrial military complex, and the government kept paying them and had no idea what Kruse was really doing. And if you don't think Kruse is a smart guy, just remember, 1942 to 1945, he takes Operation Paperclip. Allen Dulles, sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Goes and harvests the best scientists in the world, brings them to the desert, and they make a fucking bomb in 3 years that nobody could believe. Guess what? So if you think that they couldn't do something like this, they made the atomic bomb in 3 years, bro.
Right.
That's how fucking talented these people are, and that's how smart they are. Mm. And everybody who works there, these are not stupid people. They have an army that they've trained, and that army is based in big tech. And they are carrying out these attacks constantly on the American people. And you guys keep drinking Starbucks coffee, watching Netflix, and getting dumber by the minute because your dopamine levels are getting destroyed. And you don't put it together. But, dude, I'm laying it out for you. I mean, it's all there in front of you. It's time for you to shit or get off the pot. This is what I tell people.
But, like, this is my biggest thing. I understand what you're saying. I understand that the government wants people to be controllable. That makes sense to me.
That's why kids go to school for 8 hours a day. And now we irradiate them with Wi-Fi.
Right. But what I don't understand is, why do you want your population to be obese and basically physically useless?
Because it makes it easier to kill them.
But if you want to maintain...
They're all owed money.
If you want to be
They're all owed money that they stole already. You still haven't got it, that the story always comes back to money.
You're talking about the IRAs.
Dude, I'm talking about everything. We're 30. Look, I don't know if you know this. Yesterday, I'm trying to remember what his name is. I'm probably going to, James Lavish. He's another Bitcoiner. He's got a tweet out there. Yesterday, we crossed the Rubicon of $35.3 trillion. Just so you know something, listen to this. If we were to pay back $1 million every second, it would take 4,023 years to pay back that money. So let me ask you a question. When you see a lavish tweet like that, and you think about where we are, how the fuck do you solve that problem, dude? Got it?
No, I got it. It makes sense what you're saying. I totally get it.
Oh, I know it makes sense, dude. I'm a brain surgeon. I'm not a dumbass. But what I'm telling you...
But I am, and it makes sense to me.
No, but you're not a dumbass, because I'm going to tell you why. You've been nibbling at this problem so many different ways. You're like a great white shark on this whale, and you keep biting at it. You keep bringing all these people in here. You know the bits and pieces. What am I doing? I'm giving you the final touches on the sculpture. So guess what? I need you to realize that you got to keep doing what you're doing. Like, you now are the media. Let me explain to you why the media is gone. The media is gone because of General Kruse. Let me tell you exactly what their plan was. They decided to abscond big science. Their plan eventually was to use big pharma money to start do advertising on the media. So what did they do? They made them all employees. Do you know how they came up with that idea first? They did the same thing to doctors in the 1980s. That's the reason why HMOs came up. Because what do? They put the government between us and our patients. They did the same thing with the media. And they did it 30 years before. Bro, these people are brilliant, Danny. I'm telling you, they really are. And the thing is, all I'm doing with you guys today, coming in here straight from off the plane, so I'm putting some Windex on your glass eyes. That's all I'm doing. And I want you to understand truly what your world is all about, because you said you got kids. I don't know the cat behind the screen back there. That's what I'm saying. And I want you guys to understand that I don't want you to be bullshitted anymore. Like, I always tell people, half truth always leads to a full lie. Like, all the people that you've had in here, they didn't know bits and pieces of the story. But you know why? It was by design. The industrial military complex cannot let you know all this stuff. Because if you knew it, you would fucking take them out in a minute. These people are more nefarious than King George was in 1774.
Right. That's what I'm afraid of.
They're making fucking Hitler look like, a gangster. I got news for you, bro. These people are bad. Like, really bad. And until people wake up and see this, like, I'll give you an example. Don't you think it's unprecedented that a Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan, who's probably the most liberal Democrat ever, are fucking joining with Trump?
It's pretty insane.
Well, dude, for 18 months, I've been in their ear. In their ear. Why do you think I went on the podcast? When I came in here, you said you just binged the Huberman podcast.
Yeah.
And what did I say to you? Yeah, it was a good podcast, but Rick wanted me to do it to teach Huberman, but guess where Huberman works? Stanford.
Right.
That didn't go well, did it?
I thought it was great.
No, but Huberman cannot examine the things that I'm saying.
So shocked
because of this podcast here.
I cannot believe. Well, now I get it. But before we came in here, I couldn't believe that you haven't actually been on Huberman's podcast.
No, but there's no chance that Stanford would ever allow that, bro. Plus, they know that I'm talking to Cole. I mean, when I wrote the blog,
I always thought Huberman was a plant, anyways.
Well, I don't know if he's a plant. I think he's a useful idiot for science.
Right, that's what I
because
meant,
he's
yeah.
all about captured science.
Right.
And the way he sells science and his friends that sell science, it's all for the benefit of the paradigm and power. And they're happy to keep collecting the money. You know, that's why you see me pound on Peter Attia and why I don't pound on Huberman anymore because I realize what he is. And, you know, he's a good friend still to Rick. But I have to tell you, Rick is, Rick's the same age as me, and we kind of grew up in New York together.
You guys have been friends since childhood?
No. We got to be friends when I helped fix his own issues. You know,
right? Yeah,
being 400 pounds
yeah.
and wearing sunglasses at night. But the thing that Rick is, he's a boomer too. That is sick and tired of being lied to as well.
Right.
You know, and he's a lot like probably you guys. He likes the conspiracy theory, but, you know, he tells you, when I started giving crazy a chance, it actually really changed my life. And he goes, now I don't think anything's crazy. He goes, I just don't have enough information to know if it's bullshit or not.
Right.
And he goes, the more I keep digging, the more I begin to realize that this is a big deal. Like when I told him this story, before I sat down with Bobby Kennedy, you should have seen his face.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God! I mean, this would melt. This is, the information that you're letting out right now is enough to melt anybody's brain. It's insane. It's literally sounds insane, and that's quite literally what the military-industrial complex and organizations like DARPA have been doing since the 50s. Is things that are completely wacky and insane, like MK Ultra. And the things they were doing at the Haight-Ashbury Clinic with these experiments with LSD and amphetamines and with Charles Manson. I don't know if you're familiar with Tom O'Neill. He wrote a book on this.
Actually, somebody from Twitter, after you announced that I was coming on your podcast, somebody said, I need to do a podcast with Tom O'Neill. He said, you guys would be...
Oh, my God, he's amazing.
Yeah. He said, you guys would be right up each other's alley. But no, this is the crazy part of my story. I don't know these people that you have had on, but the part that ties all this together is how General Groves stole big science and how it links to everything else, because it ties everything together. And what am I trying to point your audience to? It's money that the problem is.
Right.
They need that cheap money to continue to go on and on and on, and they need the government to continue to provide it. That's the reason the CBDC, look, American money's failing. And they knew it was going to fail from when Nixon did the Nixon shock in 71, when they removed, gold from the gold standard. What did you hear, Danny, just literally 4 or 5 weeks ago at Bitcoin Nashville in the summer? Both Bobby and Trump came in and said, we want to make Bitcoin a reserve asset. This is not music to the industrial military complex ideas. And that's why I'm trying to tell you that literally I made the prediction 2 years ago on Clubhouse. That's an app where Bitcoiners hang out.
I remember it, yeah.
I told a guy named American Hodl that they would kill Trump or attempt to, and they're like, no, bro, there's no way. If you remember, Gerald Ford said after the Warren Commission that we're done doing that kind of deal. Bro, he got his ear pierced.
Yeah.
And then they just try to do it again here in Florida.
Right.
So how many times, I don't want to tell you my predictions are, a profit, but dude, that tells you that I'm over the target. I'm telling you something that you need to hear. I don't care if you don't believe me, but what I'm saying to you is understand what I'm saying, research what I'm saying, look at all the pieces and parts, understand how they explain world current events right now. How we can have what we just saw in the debate. Now that we know the two people on the debate, one of her sorority sisters are feeding her the information. Dude, this is exactly how it works. Who's paying for those two people's salary? Big Pharma. Put on any fucking station.
It true? I heard that the two people that are the biggest donors to Trump and to Kamala are Peter Thiel for Trump and his vice president.
Right.
And Eric Schmidt.
Yep. Google. He used to be.
They're both close.
Right.
And they're both the representatives for the U.S. in the Bilderberg Summit.
Yeah. And I'm also going to tell you, not only Bilderberg starts with Tavistock in 21, then the Trilateral Commission through the Rockefeller years, and the Committee of 300. Dude, you're banging on the right drum. Do you know what I want to teach you before I leave here? Do you know the synonym that you need to start using for Bilderberg or the Rothschilds? It's called alloidial money. Pull that one up on the screen so he can see it. Alloidial money is money that has no superior, meaning there's no title. You know who that starts with? That starts with the papacy, and it starts with the royal family. In other words, nothing can be taken from them. Do you know what people have? See, alloidial title.
Click on that.
So do you know what that means? There's only one other thing that's ever showed up in your 37 years on this planet that's alloidial. That's Bitcoin. And that's why they're coming after you, bro. That's why they're coming after this money. I'm going to tell you right now, what do we say in Bitcoin? When you have your own stack, they can't fucking take it from you. And this is the only thing in the world that's like that right now. Right. If you're not the Pope and if you're not part of the royal family. Right. The Bilderbergs, every single royalty is cousins with fucking King Charles right now. Every single royalty that's existing. Dude, this story, the people that back the industrial military complex are those people. They're the real problem. But guess what? They're the ones that have propped up Gates. They're the ones that have propped up the WHO. They're the ones that propped up the World Economic Forum. Dude, these are the more layers they put between them and us, the better it is, because guess what? What did I say to you before? Fact or fiction. Do you understand why guys like me and you, we get branded with the hat and we're the conspiracy theorists? But here's the thing that they didn't plan for. I'm a fucking neurosurgeon. I've been doing this for 30 years. I'm a really good diagnostician. So good that I haven't been sued once in my career. I'm good at what I do. And I've held this story until right now. Why? Because it's important right now. It's important for my kids. It's important for your kids. It's important for every single person that's out there listening to this. I don't want to leave this planet with this information so that we have to go back through the dark ages again for 500 years until we take these motherfuckers out again. The person who made the mistake, do you know how this all started? Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria decided to marry into all the royal families to stop a war because she knew her family is filled with a bunch of fucking idiots. And what did she wind up doing? She created World War I. It was a family squabble. And do you know what? You know what set them off and how they lost their alloidial titles? The Bolshevik Revolution. And guess what? When they killed the Tsar, who's the cousin of King George at the time in England and Kaiser Wilhelm in Germany, neither royal family could believe that. Do you know one of the most unprecedented things happened in the history of the 20th century that day when the Tsar was killed? The royal family, in case you don't know, their real name is Saxe-Coburg Gotha. They're German. They realized it wasn't popular to be on the wrong side of the war, given what happened with Romanov. So what did they do? They took a new name off a castle in the north of England called Windsor. And that's how he saved his ass. And what did he have to do? He had to agree to a new part of Parliament called the House of Lords or Commons. So he had to give power up to the people. He lost a loyal title. That's how it started. But he did it to save his ass. So let me tell you something. Britain has won 2 world wars, and both times they lost. The first one was the big one, where they lost a lot of their power. Mm-hmm. What did they lose in World War I? They lost 2 things. They lost the sea to the U.S. Navy, but what's the big one? The Treaty of Versailles was a huge hit to the royal family. Because the way it was settled by the Keynesian economics, it guaranteed a second war. Why did they want a second war? To get back what they really lost. They lost a loyal title, and they wanted it back. And if you don't think that I'm right about this, because you're talking to somebody who knows their history inside and out, after King George is dead, his brother takes over. You know who he is? Edward VII. Do you know Edward VII had to abdicate his throne? Do you know why? Because he supported Hitler. Hitler was part of their plan, dude. Oh, yes. They knew exactly what they were doing. Trust me.
Is this some of the stuff that Martyr Maid guy was talking about?
Yes, indeed. That dude is spot on the money. And you know what? When he said in a recent podcast, because I have been dead silent on this topic, that Churchill was one of the biggest shit shows in the history of the 20th century, it's true. Because what he basically hides is the real story. Everybody believes the 4 million Jews, the Holocaust, this and that. What people don't know is that the people that backed the royal family killed 60 million Christians in the Bolshevik Revolution. That is absolutely true. But guess what? It's very similar to the 1951 to 57 story where it was whitewashed from history. And every time that we have a period in history where something gets whitewashed, that's where I hope a guy like you, Danny Jones, in the future, as you age, when I'm dead, you remember the lesson I'm trying to teach you here. When you do podcasts, go find people that really know history. Danny, you know.
It's hard.
Well, I know, but you know that as a young man, when you were growing up, you didn't learn any history from General Groves all the way to right now. Do you understand why? Do you understand why they put your kids now for 8 to 10 hours a day? Because they are training your children. You're not. Yeah. I am not kidding you, dude. And what else are they doing? No more books. They're irradiating. That's MK Ultra. It's fucking everywhere you look, bro. But you know what the problem is?
You know what pissed me off the other day was they started the teachers feeding my 5-year-old came home. He's like, you know what our teacher gave us for snack time today? I'm like, what did they give you? She's like, all week I've had Rice Krispies treats. You never let me have those at home. My wife was furious. She literally went up there and talked to the teachers the same day. It was like you're going to be more furious when you find out that that's how Gates now plans to put some of the biotechnology in foods. That's the reason he's buying up farmland. It's also the reason he wants to block the sun. Because guess what? What's the antidote to blue screen technology? UV and red light. Why did Biden put the final damper on incandescent bulbs? It's going to be banned completely in 2028. You say they said it was energy, but it wasn't energy.
No, it's because they know it's the blue light. The blue light keeps the system going in perpetuity, and none of you realize it. None of you, because you know what? A, you're not smart enough to know the history. B, you're not a neurosurgeon. You don't know anything about the non-visual photoreceptor system in man. And here's the sad part. Most centralized doctors don't either. Like, there's so many bombs that I gave you in this podcast already that people's heads are going to explode. And I don't expect them to know this an hour or 2 or 3. Like, you'll probably go back and listen to this 10 years from now. Yeah. When I'm dead, and you're going to go, bro, this guy was telling us the truth. And I'm going to say something. This may be hyperbolic, but this moment in your podcast, this is Paul Revere riding through Boston, and I'm telling you they're coming. You know what I expect?
What should people do about it?
I need you to put your pitchfork down and start rowing all in the same direction. We have to protect we the people. Whatever you can do, Danny, whatever the cat behind the screen can do, Steve, sorry about that, Steve. We need to come together and we need to take our country back. These people, the barbarians, are inside the fucking gate. The Trojan horse is inside. But it's just, I'm going to remind you about something. You may think I'm pessimistic. I'm not. You know why? A bunch of people who are misfits from the UK, who were farmers, who had pitchforks, got muskets, and beat the best army in the world. Let me tell you something, Danny. There's 360 million of us, and we still have that Second Amendment.
This is the problem that people don't understand, I think, for the most part. That's why I think they want to keep us divided.
Correct. That's what all the game with the media is.
And how do we find a way to unite everybody?
I think this podcast is one of those things. I think what I just did in Dallas with Nicole. I mean, look what's going on with Nicole and Bobby. You don't think that's an amazing thing that you've seen? That people ideologically who really don't like each other are now, like, in other words, people in New York and Virginia in 1776 said, fuck this. Mm-hmm. They had different political aims.
Right.
They came together, so why can't we? Like, I've gotten criticism. Not that you've leveled it, but people on Twitter have leveled it. Like, Jack, on your Twitter profile, you say you're, a guy in exile. Yeah, you're right. But I casually point out, where's Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and James Madison home country? Was it the UK? Yeah. So they fixed it from being somewhere else. Why can't I? Right. I went to El Salvador and sat down with President Bukele and told him a lot of this story. And what did he say to me? How would you fix it, Jack? I said, I put a constitutional amendment that's just like Benjamin Rush asked Thomas Jefferson to do, so that the attack vector for the U.S. Constitution couldn't be medical tyranny. So you know what he told me to do? Write the law. I did. So Bukele has it. Guess who else has it? Bobby Kennedy. You know who else has got it now? Trump. This little neurosurgeon sitting across from you on a phone who came off a plane. I'm that dude, bro. Don't tell me that one of us can't do it. If not you, who?
It's terrifying shit.
Not for me, bro. I
haven't processed it yet, so.
I've been thinking and living this for 30 years, and I know it's a lot for people to hear, but it's kind of like the best thing I can try to educate you about this. You're like sitting across from me, and you're a new person who I just diagnosed with a glioblastoma. And I'm telling you, you got a year to live. That's kind of the same thing I'm telling you here. The difference is, I know you're going to die when you have a GBM, but I know you got a big chance here. You won't die, and you won't be an economic slave for the next 7, 8, 9, 10 generations of your family. If you stop being apathetic and nihilistic and get off your ass, turn the fucking Netflix off, stop drinking the coffee, stop buying their products, and go take your country back. That's all you got to do. There's a reason I came here, bro.
How do you know all this shit and still have time to be a brain surgeon?
Let me ask you a question. If I'm madder than hell that my profession was stolen. We no longer, when I wrote my medical school application out, I had no idea that I was stepping in to basically an army that was programmed by the industrial military complex. And when I found that out in 2005, you'll hear this, Danny, many podcasts I do, I get fucking madder than hell. When you ask me a question like that, I'm thinking about that 18 months when I realized everything. Now you know it just wasn't a story about leptin. It wasn't a story just about all the biology stuff that I teach. It was this fucking story in the background that I knew about this in the beginning. It was very easy for me to question them. Like, many doctors asked me, how did you fight back? I just did the live Twitter X's, and I have to tell you, you're the first person I've talked to since this. I haven't even discussed this with Chantel. Mary Bowden, the doctor that was sitting next to me, the ENT doctor, she said, they had this plan because doctors are very compliant. Right. You have to do that for medical school and this and that. And I looked at her and I said, should I just drop this bomb right here, right now? And I didn't. I didn't say the things right then and there, because here we are on Twitter. There's millions of people going to look at it. And I said, this isn't the appropriate venue to drop this, but let me just tell you something, Danny.
Thanks for destroying my podcast.
I'm just fucking madder than hell about this. And I think that I think every American should be infuriated that SV40 is in this job. And here's the crazy part. For Steve behind the curtain in here, I'd like to hear your guys' take home. Now that I've given you the whole story, tell me what your first visceral thought is to know that the FDA still hasn't stopped the jab today, knowing everything that we know about the aftermarket data.
Well, I mean, it's just what the whole COVID pandemic really taught me, and I think a lot of people, is the revolving door between the FDA and the pharmaceutical industries. And the FDA seems to be more just like a propaganda wing for the pharmaceutical industry.
Actually, I'm going to tell you, it's part of the program. This is all MK Ultra, dude. You're seeing it laid out.
Yeah.
This is now MK Ultra. I have a pretty famous quote that was in my TED Talk that got banned. Ideation without execution leads to deletion of every good idea. Let me just tell you something. MK Ultra was a great idea that they originally stole from the Nazis.
Right.
But they executed. The Nazis didn't. That's the truth, bro. And when I wrote that quote, I had General Groves in mind when I wrote that quote. Dude, he's the biggest criminal in American history. And he has bred so many criminals. It started with Jimmy Byrne. Look, even the Manchurian candidate they set up, which was Harry Truman, because they got rid of the 3-term vice president, which was Henry Wallace. Dude, even when he realized he was hoodwinked, he couldn't fucking do anything to stop it. That's how fucking powerful these guys are. So the only president that has been, how shall I say, above board, they took out with acute lead toxicity. That's JFK. In my opinion, the country doesn't heal until we know the truth about what happened with him.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. And I'm telling you exactly what happened and why it happened and what all the collateral effects are of that decision. There's a reason. I'm not a political guy, but I put my chips behind Bobby and Nicole. He knows a lot of this story, but he can't talk about it either, bro, because you know what'll happen. But guess what? Have you ever found it unusual that everybody knows Trump used to be a Democrat? He was best friends with John F. Kennedy Jr. He said, when I get in, I'm going to tell people about what happened with JFK, but he didn't.
Right.
You know why? Because he found out just who was involved. Turns out some of his friends were involved.
Trump's friends?
Yeah, and the Mossad.
Yeah.
Israel.
You think that Israel was involved in
No
JFK?
question about it, dude. Let me just tell you something. Israel is knee-deep in this.
What part? Why would Israel have anything to do with JFK?
Who was Meyer Lansky and Mo Dalitz with? Dude, they wanted dirt on him. Let me ask you another question. Did you find it unusual that our boy Epstein, as soon as they broke into his apartment, what did they find over the mantle? A picture of Bill Clinton in Monica Lewinsky's blue dress.
Right.
Dude, the Mossad is about having information on the states.
Right.
What was I'll give you another one for your conspiracy theory, because we didn't talk about it yet.
Yeah, I'm just not buying
How'd they
the
get
connection.
paid off? How'd they get paid off for JFK? Do you know how they got paid off?
Who get paid off?
The Israel people.
I don't think Israel was involved. I don't know. I haven't seen anything compelling
You know
for
anything
Israel
about
to be involved in JFK's assassination.
Well, I do. I know they were involved. Okay? Those guys, Jack Ruby was a Mossad agent. The Jewish mob was involved. Everybody in the mob was involved for different reasons, but they were involved. How'd they get paid off? Let's talk about the payoff.
I think it's possible that
You don't want to go there, do you?
No, I do, but I want to explain. I think it's possible that Israel was involved in the process, maybe downstream, but I think top level. I've had this guy on here multiple times. His name's John Newman. He's the guy that everybody who writes JFK books, they all write their books based on his work. He's the guy who's read over 1 million declassified documents on JFK. He's been studying it his whole life, and his theory of the whole thing is that what happened in Dealey Plaza is all a distraction. He thinks that Dealey Plaza, the reason everybody talks about Dealey Plaza is because it's the exciting thing to talk about. It's where the bullet hit his head, and everything that led up to that is the important part of it.
That's because your boy Newman doesn't know the key pieces. What's the key pieces? What was the payoff? You remember back in early 1960s, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Yes.
And then we had all the shit that was getting ready to come with the Jews and the Arabs about the war in 67 and all that. Mm-hmm. And Israel was really worried about themselves. And they told Kennedy, they first told Eisenhower, that we need a bomb. Our Jewish scientists gave you the fucking bomb. We want the bomb. Eisenhower told them to go fuck themselves. Guess what JFK did? Same thing. In fact, do you know what JFK did right before he died, the year before he died? He actually told the Jewish state, I think it was Ben-Gurion, that was the Israeli prime minister at the time, that not only are we not going to give it to you, but we want our guys to go in and examine what you're doing.
Yeah.
And they were furious. Guess what happened when LBJ came in? Magically,
He gave it to him?
some uranium went missing at a place in Pennsylvania. And that is how they started their nuclear program. Pull that one up, Steve.
Yeah.
It's called, if I'm not mistaken, Dominion or Dimion. It's the Dimion incident that nobody seems to know about. But guess what? That was the payoff. And what's the collateral effect of this, my friend, that Newman probably doesn't want to go to? Turns out, we happen to know. There you go. No. This would be, it's put in the search, Israel, Pennsylvania, uranium, fissionable uranium. Pennsylvania. No, get rid of the Dominion. Yeah, uranium fission.
Go to the
incident. You can leave incident there. Just get rid of the other thing.
Uranium incident. There you go. Think up for AI.
There you go. There it is, the Apollo affair.
1965 incident in which the U.S. company in Pennsylvania lost a large amount of highly enriched uranium that was suspected to be sent to Israel's nuclear weapons program.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Well,
so hold on. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
You're going to have to hold on for me now. Right, now I'm going to run your podcast.
This is your show.
No. Here's the second thing that happens, the collateral effect. I think the guy you had on told you a little bit about this. This is the Ian Carroll cat. Mm-hmm. That all the Jews showed up in New York before 9/11 happens, and they're all in the
Dancing
art.
Israelis?
No.
Oh, the art thing. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you know why? Because the Mossad trained the four Arabs to take the planes over and run them in the building. Mm-hmm. Got it? And what was the point of that? What was the point of that? Point of that was one point. You can pull this up. Is the Patriot Act was walking around Washington, D.C. from 1999 all the way to 2000, right. And everybody said, there's no way you can get this in. And George Bush said, hold my beer.
Yep.
And
you familiar with Thomas Drake?
Bro, I'm just telling you.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you here.
Well, if you agree with that, then you better learn about that, because that was the payoff for JFK, and they've been involved ever since. And guess what? That brings us to current events with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, let's really make it current. Who's the new Jeffrey Epstein?
P. Diddy. Same exact prosecutor they used for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, guess what? Bro, this is the same ball game, bro. I'm just telling you. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes awfully loud. And I'm telling you right now, everybody needs to know. This story, every last piece of it is connected.
John's big point about JFK, he thinks that the big picture of it is that General Lemitzer and Taylor, they wanted a nuclear war. They wanted to nuke China, and they wanted to nuke Russia.
Right.
And they had a meeting in June of 63 or 62 where Bobby Kennedy
Did he ever tell you why that was the case? I'm just curious.
He probably did. I'm not remembering off the top of my head.
Because both of them were proteges of Kruse, and that's what Kruse wanted to do.
Okay.
And Kruse stepped out. Who stopped Kruse? Eisenhower.
Right.
Remember what Eisenhower said in 1961? Farewell speech?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh. Are you starting to see now what Kruse did? He went outside the military and still had control over the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all during Eisenhower and Kennedy's presidency. And you know what the interesting thing is? Who opened up China in 1971? Nixon. Who was Nixon the vice president of? Eisenhower.
Right.
Bro, I mean, how many things do I have to keep fucking knocking down for you?
You're knocking them down, man. I'm not denying it. You're on it. I think the JFK assassination, though, I think like many things can be true at once. I think there was a lot of things going on there. One of the biggest smoking gun that John uncovered was there was an FBI flash stop on Oswald's file. The FBI was watching Oswald. They had a flash on his file. And a week before the assassination, it was removed from his file. So he basically says Oswald being on that route in Dallas was the equivalent of a flea being at a Lysol convention. There's no way he should have been there. The flash stop was removed.
Yeah, but you got to remember something. There was a reason he was there.
Right. He
was working with the FBI agent on Magazine Street. That is documented in Judith Ferry's book. See, I'm going to tell you about Newman. He doesn't know fucking shit about Judith Ferry Baker. He doesn't know anything about that. That's the reason you got to go back to him and say, bro, you're missing huge parts. I can tell he doesn't know shit about this Linac, but dude, I'm the guy that worked with that Linac. And I proved to you already that Bobby is the one that got the phone call when Ferry got killed. So if you don't think that story trumps anything that he thinks, what he's doing, he's trying to put breadcrumbs together. Everything I told you links perfectly. You don't have to believe it. And I'm not trying to convince you to believe it, but I'm telling you, this was done on fucking purpose. And the reason the FBI stepped back is because they knew that Oswald was a CIA operative.
Right.
Without a doubt.
Right.
But he was there to be the patsy, and Oswald knew it. If you read Judith Ferry Baker's book, she said it. He told her 2 months before the assassination that he knew that he was going to be a patsy. The thing he didn't know is that his friends, Carlos Marsala and Jack Ruby, were going to take him out. Ruby is a Mossad agent.
Right. No, yeah, I agree with you. And John agrees with all of that stuff. He just believes that, and look, he, like everything that you're saying about Oswald being there, being a patsy, and Ruby working, he would probably agree with you on all of that stuff. His only point is that everyone wants to say the CIA killed Kennedy. His point is the CIA was the cover-up. The military killed Kennedy. It was a military coup, is his point.
No, but I think this is semantics and we're parsing words.
Exactly, yeah.
You have to realize that General Groves was the military, and he is the deep state. It's where it began.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. See, the problem is, and I guess maybe the difference, him being a journalist and me being a doctor, I look at it making a diagnosis. To make a diagnosis, you got to go back to the root cause. I'm taking you back to the root cause.
Right.
That's the difference between me and them. And I have to tell you, it turns out that this part is the biggest missing story in the JFK story. And the truth be told, if you talk to the people in the Garrison family, if they'll ever talk, I doubt they will, I can tell you that they physically told me that her dad wanted to put fucking Oshner up on trial. He didn't want to go after Clay Shaw. Dude, do you realize he puts Alton Oshner on trial? Everything fucking blows up. Like the Warren Commission never happens. And just remember the people that are on the Warren Commission. Like, I'll give you another example why I don't trust any of the journalists. And this will probably get me in a little bit of trouble with the JFK thing. But you know the guy who's...
You're not getting any more trouble than you already got.
But you know the guy he's now doing stuff with Paramount and talking about the mob and this thing. I think his name is Tom Maine.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of this guy.
Right.
Tom...
he's doing the stuff with all, like...
Mayer. Thomas Mayer.
You got it. So, do you know what award that he won in the past? The John McCloy Award. Do you know that John McCloy sat on the Warren Commission? Do you know that if you go listen to things that he says, he tries to listen to him really carefully.
Yeah.
He tries to skate around a lot of stuff that you and I are talking about.
Really?
Dude, he's who the Church Commission warned us about. Do you want to know how many people in this industry that you're talking about, that they're fucking scammers, that they're working for the other team? How about 99% of them?
Right. No,
that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Just remember, what's my day job? Am I making any money off the JFK thing?
No.
I'm a doctor.
Yeah. You're not selling.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I need you to understand.
No, I get it.
Incentives dictate outcomes. These guys have made an industry out of this guy's f***ing death.
Right.
What am I telling you? This is about the Republic, bro.
Yeah.
It's a totally different ballgame. And what am I asking you to do? Use your head.
Jack, this is f***ing fascinating, but I have like all this stuff I want to learn from you about health and about science and medicine too. So can we transition a little bit and talk some more about like your background in brain surgery and
Sure.
And what you do? I want to learn more about like the protocols that you use to live your life and to subvert this like blue light attack that is happening to everybody. I want to open it at, like, my first question is, how did you meet Rick Rubin?
Through helping him out. I think it was a dinner that we had with a guy who was a vegetarian named David Avocado Wolf. You ever hear that guy? He's like a wackadoodle.
Is he? Is he a vegan? Was he a vegan?
He's a vegan.
Okay.
And Rick was a vegan.
Right.
And Rick was transitioning from that lifestyle to the new one with him being a mitochondriac.
Right.
And Rick began to realize that it was more about light and not about food. And this is the thing that you're going to learn about Rick. He's a good guy. He tries to like help his friends that are going to the car crash, and Jack is totally different. I try to tell Rick as a doctor.
You can't help him.
No, they have to be willing to help themselves. And if they're not, you just got to let them go through the car crash, and then hopefully wounds create their wisdom. That's what I teach my tribe.
Right.
But that's kind of where it went down. And then the other person that we kind of linked together, he was already following my stuff for a while. But you remember the dude that wrote The Game? He was the lead editor of Rolling Stone magazine, Neil Strauss.
Oh, yeah.
Neil has a thing on the side that he does for millionaires. So these are all high net worth guys. And he tries to teach them, things to improve their life, it's pretty cool. Rick told Neil to invite me out to one of those. And I did that, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. And they wanted me to talk about, certain parts of what I did. And I think if I'm not mistaken, I talked about the I clock at that time, which is the supracosmatic nucleus. Because basically my science, decentralized science, the quantum biology, comes down to three things. We talked about it in the beginning. Light, water, magnetism. So if you distill what I do, you have to optimize those three arms. If you optimize those three arms, you can stay away from centralized medicine. You can stay away from big pharma. You can live a good life and not have to worry about being tethered to that sausage maker.
Yeah.
That's really why the TED Talk was banned. They didn't want that message out. They wanted you on Ozempic.
Right. You had a story of a lady who came to you in your one of your clinics, and you had no idea why she came to you, but she.
Oh, I know what this is the thing we talked about in Rick's podcast.
Yes. The lady who wanted French fries.
Well, yeah.
There was another lady too. I want to hear both these stories.
There's a couple of them, but the one you're talking about specifically, this is before I had my come to Jesus moment, meaning the whole quantum biology thing. It was very unusual. A lady tried to get in my office. The girls in my office kind of cock-blocked her because they thought she was batshit crazy. And she said, look, I don't have a neurosurgical problem, but Dr. Kruse was involved in my care in a very weird way. And she told the girl at the front desk that she had a heart transplant because she had, I think it was myocarditis, but from a virus.
Right.
And she got a heart, and I was the neurosurgeon that got the family to donate this kid's heart. And she figured that out somehow through the paperwork that the hospital gave her. And it turned out she was right. And when I heard the story, immediately I knew what she was talking about, and I had to go back and look at my files to see the details around the kid. But the thing that I remembered is the kid was at a McDonald's drive-thru, and a car came and T-boned him, and he just got his Happy Meal. And the thing that they mentioned in the EMT report is that the kid had French fries all over his front seat. And I remember his mom telling me, she goes, oh, if he never went to McDonald's, but he always loved their French fries. that was what stuck in my head. So I actually had to go back and pull the kid's chart to find out. And it turned out I was the neurosurgeon that pronounced him brain dead. So that's when I called up, the organ procurement agency and got the family to donate. I'm a little bit different than most neurosurgeons. A lot of neurosurgeons turn it over to the hospital and let them do it. I think it's much better if the neurosurgeon talks to the family that way, because we can answer questions way better than they can.
Right.
And neurosurgeons are pretty good about subtracting the emotion out when something like this happens. Like, Danny, it's hard to say this to someone across the table, but neurosurgeons deal with death and destruction more than any other doctor in any other specialty.
Right.
So we're really good at it. Now, I'm going to tell you.
More than heart surgeons?
Oh, yeah. Not even close. Heart surgeons don't deal with death hardly at all.
Oh, okay. Just
the ones they kill. But the thing that happens with us, we catch people at all parts of life. People that have GBMs, at the end of their life, like 70, 80 years old. But kids that have subdurals, epidurals, that are 18, 19 years old. I mean, the last case that I did, I just took a bullet out of someone's temporal lobe who I think was 22 years old. And the thing is, when you deal with that stuff all the time, you're the best person to talk to the family. I had an uncanny record of getting people to donate because I think this happens to be a skill set that I have, a really good skill set. And part of me, it bothers me because I know that these people are going to be tethered to big pharma, but at the same time, the most valuable asset that we can give in decentralized medicine is the gift of time. And I have to tell you, I think the reason I feel passionate about this, if you know the other parts of my story when I talk about Bitcoin, I tell people Bitcoin is a time machine, but I'm going to tell you that your mitochondria in you is also a time machine. And when you do an organ transplant, you're effectively giving someone a time machine. And to me, that's the reason why early in my career, the people that taught me, that's why I go all in. It's probably, it's hard to talk about. When other people are going through tragedy, you realize that you can give the gift of time to somebody else who it's running out of. There's no surgery that I can do that can give that back. And the crazy part, I'm not even doing surgery. So I've never told anybody. I have a famous term where I say it's brain surgery without a scalpel. This is the exact idea that I came up with, why I decided to be good at this, because I knew that I could give people back time if I was really good at doing that. And the reason I sat down and talked to that lady is because I knew how important it was to her. And then I thought about the family and I thought about the kid. And that mother, I'll never forget her. It was heart-wrenching for her. And I told her that her son would still be alive, just in a different format. And I remember it like it was yesterday. But when that lady walked in, and it was like reality hit me in the face. I was telling the mom that, and it turned out I got the lesson. And I think it happened before I went through my own come to Jesus moment, because this was preconditioning me to realize that I had to go on this journey. And when you realize that a lot of things that you're doing to people isn't the right thing, and this is the right thing, that's when you have to go all in. And I said a couple things to you when we were talking about the JFK thing, that incentives dictate outcomes. That's the day that incentives stopped dictating outcomes for me. That's when things began to change for me. that's when I started doing things based on time and not based on money. And that's why that story, you know, I don't like to think about it because for me, there's very few cases in a neurosurgery career where you know that you were changed. That was a big one.
Wow, man. Especially, I can't imagine the amount of death you see.
Ugh. Well, if I told you what I've seen just in the last 4 years from COVID, I mean, I told Chantal this. I'd go back and work a week of trauma call, and I'd see at least 13 blood clots and at least 5 or 6 turbo cancers. Like, people would have cancer and there was no explanation. And I can tell you, I started doing some really, I think hospital systems would say it's fucked up, but this goes back to this story with the kid with the thing. I told the people, they want to know, how did this happen? I said, well, it's pretty simple. Go send your tissue to Philip Buchholz in South Carolina and let him fucking sample it. If you got SV40 in it, I can tell you exactly how it happened. So anybody who listens to your podcast, their attorneys, now you have, you know, the answer. And how do I know that I'm accurate about that? This is another mind fuck to the other story, but we're now talking about medicine. When I was going through the process of trying to figure out this SV40 thing very, very early on, in 1992, I became aware of a PhD researcher who is looking at the mesothelioma data. And mesothelioma is a very rare cancer. Like, I can tell you, my career, when I first started, no one ever got it. Then people started getting it. And now they blamed everything on asbestos, and I never bought that story. So you can imagine about 5 or 6 years later when I find out the story about JFK, the polio shot, and everything else, I'm going, could this new cancer that nobody knows about be linked to SV40? So I go to the medical school library at LSU, and I find this cardiothoracic surgeon who's kind of famous. He's done more mesothelioma surgeries than anybody else because it's pretty rare to do surgery on these people. Mm-hmm. He has 472 specimens in his office. PhD goes and researches it. They check it all. Every single case of mesothelioma had SV40 in it. So Steve can pull this one up. I can tell you the article was written in the Atlantic because I remember when I did my homework on it, I couldn't fucking believe it when I saw it. And, you know, and that's just another data point for me where you have a weird cancer and you ask the question. Mm-hmm. So the story that I told you in the beginning of this podcast, here it is again in a fractal. In my medical career, I asked the question, is mesothelioma really an asbestos story, an SV40 story? When I found out that's the case, here I am now at the end of my career. We're talking the last 6 months, you know, that I've been doing neurosurgery. Mm-hmm. I started telling everybody who got a turbo cancer, go tell your pathologist to send your cancer to the University of South Carolina. Why? Because Philip Buchholz has blocked me on Twitter. Mm-hmm. I'm sure at some point he's going to see some of this and he's going to realize he made a mistake. Yeah. But he was a fucking bad hombre who became a good hombre because he validated Kevin's findings. So now, if he really wants to be a good PhD researcher, he will take these people who've been injured and tell them why they have turbo cancer. And the surgeon who did the mesothelioma stuff, you know, he just did it because he was a cowboy, but he doesn't realize how incredibly important that one decision was in his life for a guy like me. Because I couldn't sit here with you and have this discussion. That was one of the big things that happened. And I feel the same way about the people today. So, you know, when we talk about the kid with the transplant, we talk about those stories. I will tell you, there's very few cases that bothered me like the kid with the french fries. There's another one from my residency, believe it or not, that Chantal's involved with.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It'd probably be better for you probably to interview her about it because it kind of teaches you a little bit about the type of guy that I am. I was a chief resident at Charity Hospital, and we had a little girl come in about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She got home from one of her, her Catholic private schools. Some guy was waiting there to rape her. And the guy got in and she fought like a fucking animal. She had this guy's DNA everywhere. I mean, she fought. And the way I don't think he ever got to her because she fought like a fucking Wolverine. But he took a brass lamp and smashed the side of her head, and literally her head was pushed into the opposite side. Ugh. I'm talking about like all the skull and everything. And of course she comes in, and you probably don't know this, but Chantel was my operating room nurse when I was a resident.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And this girl comes up, and I call Chantel and I said, look, open every fucking thing we have. Because, of course, when the EMTs came in and the nurses in the emergency room, they told me the story of this little girl. And I'm like, there's no way she's dying on my dime. And I looked at her. The nurses actually told me, look at her fingernails. She fought. And I said, well, I'm going to fight for her. So the staff doctor that is on, and this is so funny because this doc was kind of involved in monkey research. So, again... Yeah, it's actually tied to the other story. That's why I said this is quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
And I take the little girl up, and I'm up there. Shift change for the nurses is right around 6 o'clock, so Chantel's going home, and I'm blasting Metallica. I just keep putting the Black Album on constantly. And I basically told everybody, just fucking get out of my way. And the staff doctor who's there comes in the room, and he's like, Jack, enough. You mean you're putting blood products into this kid? You're doing this is just not going to end well. I'm looking at the scan and this and that, and I look at him. And remember, I'm just the chief resident. I basically tell the staff doctor, go fuck yourself. I said, you get out of my operating room. Dude, I could be fired for this. I was like literally 6 months away from being done. Wow. And I told him, just get the fuck out of my room. And all the nurses, like all the other residents, I told everybody else, I said, if you have a fucking problem with this, leave. And guess what? Everybody went like fire ants. Everybody went all in. Dude, when I tell you, I've never had a case in my career that I opened like 50 trays to get different instruments out. Chantel comes back to work the next day, and I'm still operating on the little girl.
Oh, my God.
So guess what? The sun is coming up. Metallica is still on. And I make the decision. I take the final piece of bone out of, her basal ganglion.
Oh,
and I'm going now close to 20 hours straight. Don't eat, don't drink, don't even take a break. And Chantel comes back in, and I look at her, and she looks at me. I said, now I want you to go find me the biggest piece of lyophilized dura you can get. And this is a dural replacement because I actually had to cut this all out. When I tell you.
A what replacement? Oh,
it's the dura, the covering of the brain.
Right.
And she goes, what are you going to do with something that big? And I said, this little girl's brain is going to swell so much it's going to look like a basketball. So she had no bone left on that side of her head. So my idea was to leave a big, huge balloon and let her swell into it. At that time, I hit her with more methylene blue than any patient I've ever done in my entire career. The reason why is I was trying to control the swelling. That also comes up in the Rick Rude podcast.
What year is this?
This is 1998.
For people who are uninitiated, can you explain what methylene blue is? Methylene blue?
Well, let's talk about it in real terms. Real terms is, I just talked about it with Nicole Shanahan and Mary Bowden, that, she got fired, or the Texas Medical Board went after her for ivermectin for COVID. Remember the talk that I told you I had with Becker?
Yes.
And he told me to be careful?
Right.
So guess what I told people to use? Hydrochloroquine and methylene blue. You know why?
For COVID?
Yeah. Hydrochloroquine comes from methylene blue, and methylene blue works for COVID. And you would never know that unless you did your homework. So the medical board I didn't have to face what Mary did. See, remember, when you work smarter, or when you know better, you do better, or your patients do better. That was a lesson that I got from Becker. So I hit this girl with the methylene blue. And what the methylene blue does, it improves mitochondrial function so that the brain won't swell. When you have a case like this, the thing that you're really worried about is the brain will swell outside the head.
Yeah.
And it won't end well. And remember, I think she was 15 or 16 years old. You know, her mom had told me that she was getting ready to go to college and this and that. And I'm going, I'm doing everything I possibly can.
Is there any way at this point to keep someone I know you can keep them alive, but can you keep them cognitively able to get through the day?
I think I'm telling you that story right now.
Okay.
So the little girl goes through surgery. Of course, I take some shit from the staff doctor, but when the staff doctor saw the post-op scans and he's like, she doesn't have any bone left anywhere in her brain. You got every single fragment out. And this is in the day before we had neural navigation. I did this, bro, by feeling with my fingers. Oh. And when I took it all out, I finished my residency. So I don't know what she does. Because, you know, after she gets through the acute phase, she goes through rehab. And then for us, she's lost to history. I get a call when I'm in private practice in Tennessee. Her mother calls my office and says, we'd like to send Dr. Kruse a letter, da-da-da. And the office manager at the time her name's Karen Smith. She comes in and says, Jack, can we give him this? I said, yeah, I think I know who this is. She writes me a letter. Her daughter got out of rehab. She's back to walking. She's almost back to talking. I get another letter. I think it was 2 years later. She's in college. I got a letter. I think about 3 years after that, she graduated.
No way.
Mm-hmm. So this is that lesson that I'm trying to teach you. It ain't fucking over until we say it's over. I told you that story with politics, but I'm telling you, that little girl, that happened at the right time in my life. I was an ass kicker when I was a resident, but let me just tell you something. I learned more from that case than probably any case that I've ever done. And when you know something, you go all in. You don't hold back. That's the lesson. And I got news for you. Most neurosurgeons who listen to this are like, there's no way that I would have been allowed to do that as a chief resident. Well, I don't think anybody would have been allowed to do that either, but they let me do it because they knew a lot about me. They knew who I was. I was a fucking rebel even when I was a resident. But I was adamant that I was not giving her up. And I will tell you, I've given up on other patients since then. But I didn't have the feeling that I had for this girl. I knew this girl was going to live.
How many neurosurgeons, like the top neurosurgeons in the world that you've talked to, how many of them are implementing the same things that you're talking about, like with methylene blue? And I think there was a case you talked about on Rick's podcast with where you doused some lady came to you, wanted brain surgery, and you said, only if I can douse your brain in hydrogen peroxide and methylene blue.
So I actually learned that when I was in residency training from actually Dr. Klein. I mean, I remember, this is old school neurosurgery, and he would tell me, you know, all the things that he did. And of course, I didn't believe anything he said. So I went and I started reading about it. I said, well, this totally makes sense. Hydrogen peroxide is a free radical. We put it on the surface of the brain where the mitochondria are. We're creating hydrogen, oxygen, and more electrons. I'm like, this makes total fucking sense. And the problem was none of the other residents really thought it worked because they thought, you know, he's an old school guy and this is bullshit. And then the other thing that I started noticing when I did that, it was a great way to get blood out of the subarachnoid space. A lot of neurosurgeons know it from that aspect, like when we do aneurysm surgery, because we know if we leave any blood in that area, it causes vasospasm and people can develop strokes down the road. So you want to try to get all the blood out as you can. And, you know, we have treatments that we use for that, but the treatments are not really good. We have drugs that are designed for that. The drugs really aren't good. And when I came out of residency, probably 5-6 years later, the hydrogen peroxide story got changed where I added UV light and infrared that I would put on the brain.
Red light?
Yeah. And guess what happened? The brain swelling, outcomes did well. Remember the story I told you that I didn't have any suits or anything else. I did high volume neurosurgery in my practice. I did a lot of cranial surgery. All these things that I started doing were part of the reason why I didn't get sued. I remember doing spine surgery on people who had open dura from me doing a lumbar fusion and putting UV light. Like, I guarantee you this, people on my surgical team are going to listen to this and they're going to say, we thought he was fucking crazy. But I wasn't crazy, because guess what? The science, it wasn't well known now, but now it's much better known. So I'm telling you now, 20 years after me starting to do this, like 5 to 10 years in my practice, I've become less crazy over time.
Right.
And that's the reason why I'm telling you that you have to be serious about your craft. And I think the more serious you are about your craft and you understand what you're doing, it's important. And unfortunately, I trained at a time where doctors worked for the patient. Today, most neurosurgeons, they're working for a hospital system. So that means there's an oracle problem. Doctors aren't working for you. They're working for the hospital.
Right.
And you need to understand that. Patients don't understand that right now. That's one of the biggest problems in centralized medicine.
When it comes to the red light, the infrared red light, there's these panels you can buy online. There's various brands of them, and some of them have infrared light. Is this what you're specifically talking about when you're shining this on the brain? Yeah.
In brain surgery, there's two things I want to do. I need to have a light that covers infrared A, which is 600 to 1,000 nanometer light. But the big switch is I have to have near infrared. Near infrared,
yes,
goes a little further because there's a photo switch that I learned about after I had my come Jesus moment. It's 1,280 nanometer light. That photo switch is actually important with 380 nanometer light. That's actually the big control switch between anabolic and catabolic metabolism. And what does that effectively mean? When you use those specific frequencies of light, you can optimize metabolism while the patient's asleep. So if any of my anesthesiologist listens to this and they want to know why I was doing what I did, I never told anybody what I was doing because I was always afraid I'd wind up in front of the medical board. But I was guaranteeing that people would wake up from anesthesia like this, because I knew that was one of the big risks, that we need to have people recover fast. And it turns out if you understand the two photo switches for metabolism, which is 380 nanometer light, that controls the mTOR switch. 1280 light controls the free radical switch. And that's the decision between the use of ATP and free radicals. Most people don't realize that because they don't know mitochondrial medicine well.
Right.
Nitric oxide is also a free radical, and it has an unpaired electron. Nitric oxide, when it gets into your mitochondria, actually turns ATP production off. Like most doctors who will listen to this think that we need to use ATP all the time. It turns out when we're in the sun, we actually reduce the amount of ATP we make. We're actually living off the light of the sun through energizing our blood plasma, which has water in it, 93%.
Right.
So one of the key bases, I told you, is light water magnetism. Turns out when you're able to bury more light energy in water networks in a cell, patients do better. That's one of the key foundational principles that I'm telling you. How did I learn all that? I learned it from the story of photosynthesis. Why? Because of chlorophyll and hemoglobin. They look exactly the same. And you said that you listened to the Huberman podcast, and I know there was a lot of science in there, but you might remember that I told you the two most important biologic semiconductors before the KT event were hemoglobin and chlorophyll. Why?
Right.
Because they have a nitride cage around it. Well, remember, what's the most dominant gas in the atmosphere? Turns out it's nitrogen. So before oxygen was available, these were the two key semiconductor proteins that we used to make electrons. So when I realized that, and I started to think about what happened from the KT event to us, I said, there's got to be other pieces and parts of the story. And what was the pieces and parts that I realized? That the semiconductor proteins were giving their light that Becker found in his work to the water networks. And that would actually turn water into a quantum mechanical battery. So this is in 2005. Now remember, none of this is published in a textbook at this time. But guess what? Everything I just told you today is now published in papers and textbooks. That's Jack Kruse. That's decentralized medicine.
There was also a point you guys were having a discussion, and I think Huberman corroborated this about the amount of information that's in the textbooks that you get in your medical training. And you were having a conversation with somebody, and he was saying that Eddie Chang, yes,
the guy from USC, USF.
And he said maybe 50% of it.
99, 100. It's all bullshit. Look, that's
hard to comprehend.
No, it's not. When you understand why.
Like me.
Yeah, but even for you, it's not. You just heard the JFK story I gave you. So what can I tell you? Every single nutrition study, every single study that any PhD or doctor reads has no light controls. So we're making the assumption that how it really works, and you don't have light controls, and I just told you how important light is. I mean, is it that hard to believe what I said is probably true? And then here's the bigger part of the story. Our mitochondria makes a special kind of water. It's called deuterium depleted water. You don't get any deuterium depleted water coming out of your tap at home. So what happens if you ran all the experiments with that type of water? And it turns out that water has a high dielectric constant. And what does that mean in English? It means it makes more electrons. What's the story of life? The more electrons you have, the better you do. What do electrons do? Funny little Jewish guy from Bern, Einstein, photoelectric effect. More electrons you have, the more light you could absorb. It's not that hard to get, dude. When you see the magic, you go, this is really a game of net negative charge and electrons so that you can absorb more light. The more light you put in the system, okay, the brain shrinks down. So when you ask me the question, Jack, why are you using methylene blue? Because I knew it was a path to get me more electrons. And if I get more electrons and I'm shining light on the brain, that actually helps the brain. That makes me a better surgeon.
And all the lights that you guys use during surgery, those big bright lights, they're blue lights, right?
Yeah, they're xenon. And I told everybody to go get a spectroscope and put it on their operating room microscope, put it on their loops on their head, put it on the lights in the room, and then correlate that with how your patients do certain ones. And the funny thing I also said in that podcast, I remember I specifically changed where I did surgery into a hospital that didn't have the best equipment in the world. But you know what they had? They had a courtyard that I could bring my patients outside in the sun. And the anesthesiologist didn't with me, and fight with me about doing this. And they were stunned. They were like, I can't believe this guy's patients just wake up and they do great when they shouldn't. Like the other doctors who operate on people with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, they would be in the ICU for 2 or 3 days because they had sundowning and everything else. And I would do my subdurals and bring the patient outside, and they're like, this fucking guy's going home the next day. That is how powerful sunlight is for our biology. But you know what the problem is? You never get to open this door in centralized medicine because they don't even know it exists. It's kind of like what I did with you about all your other conspiracy theories. I gave you the part that you were missing, and it turned out that part tied up a lot of loose ends. I'm telling you, the same thing happened to me. That's really the reason why Jack Dorsey and Rick became my patients, because they were like, they talked to me and they saw how serious I was about my craft. And they're like, I trust this guy. And that's what really happens. And then when someone listens to you and then it begins to work, and, Rick's like, bro, this doesn't cost me anything. All it costs me is time, and I have to retool my life to do different things. And same thing with Jack. When he realized that, what he was doing as a tech abuser was harming him, cognitively and mentally, and he changed that. Now both of them are Zen masters. They've been doing my stuff for 15 years. So I guess the story, the way it unfolds, it kind of goes to what I'm trying to tell you about medicine. Do the right thing, bro. Like, don't do the thing that benefits you. Do the thing that you know is the right thing to do, because I really believe in karma. I think the universe pays us back. And I think you have to be authentic in how you do it. I'm pretty authentic on social media. I'm pretty acerbic. I'm salty. I curse. I'm everything a neurosurgeon shouldn't be. But when you sit down with me and talk to me, you'll find out I'm as smart as a motherfucker. And I like telling dumb motherfuckers how stupid they are. I do it on purpose. Why? Because my mentality is, I know what Mary Bowden said. They are all compliant. That's why they got into medical school to begin with. So I take the tact that I got to be the drill sergeant. And guess what? You see what a drill sergeant does to a bunch of retards in 8 or 10 weeks. Turns them into soldiers. Well, bro, I told you. I need you as the public to be savages, and I need the people in centralized medicine who are going to hopefully adapt and start fighting for you guys again.
You are a nightmare to the high priests in their ivory towers of academia.
But I'd have it no other way.
Right.
I
No,
feel
I
like
totally
I feel like I was built for this moment. This is, I can tell you, I told Nicole this, and I've said it to Bobby and Rick. There's a proper time for your life's work to come out. This is that time. This is when I can make the biggest impact.
Can you explain how do we create light inside of our bodies?
That's easy.
And why is that important?
Well, it's everything. I mean, it allows you to live at high latitudes. But if you think about it, it totally makes sense. You have to know a little science. So there's this guy named Fritz Popp. He's a biophysicist. He was big in the 60s and 70s when Becker was doing his work on bone. So when Becker came out and did his seminal research, and he showed that bone has a P and N semiconductor, collagen and apatite, and that the current is rectified, that told you, as a scientist, that means there's got to be a photoelectric effect happening on bone. So he brought a physicist in because he didn't know how to do it. I think the guy's name was Charlie Bowman. Charlie Bowman comes in and checks it and goes, look at this. When we check for the photoelectric effect both ways, with collagen and with apatite, it glows brown-red. And when you do it the other way, it glows blue. So he figured it out right away. So what does Fritz Popp do? Well, if that's true, then that means that we should have a light signature. Like, for example, anytime a doctor is listening to your podcast, they're going to say, well, when I cut somebody open, I don't see any light. Well, you're not. You won't see it because it's ultra weak biophotons. You know, you'd have to have specialized equipment to see it. You need a photomultiplier. So what does Fritz Popp do in the 60s? He makes photomultipliers. He invents a machine that can do this. So what does he do? He takes leaves, he takes every single thing that's living, puts it in a photomultiplier, and guess what he finds out? It creates light. So when I learned about this, I'm going, okay, I know Becker's experiments, and I knew those experiments, just so you know, in 88, 89, 90. Okay, we're talking a long time ago. And then I went back and I said, okay, somebody's got to be studying this light story, and it turns out it was Fritz Popp. Now, there's a lot of things about Fritz Popp's story that's he shit the bed on, but the number one thing that he proved is light is created by us. So then it became incumbent upon me to figure what that out was. In those 18 months that I told you I went from being centralized to decentralized, I spent almost $100,000 translating Russian journals about scientists that were doing this work both in Japan and Russia, and found out that mitochondrial DNA actually creates light through the process of breaking electrons and protons down from food. And I kept reading it, and the number one thing that I remember from the papers, still to this day, that you had to have oxygen, and you had to have electron chain transport working for this to happen. And I was just fascinated by this, and I said, okay, I need to delve into this more. So then I started opening physics books, and I started learning more physics. And it was like one thing led to another, kind of like what you do on a podcast. When you get on a story, you go, okay, now we got to go here. Now we got to go here. Now we got to go. That's exactly what I did. That's why I'm telling you, I'm a diagnostician. And I'm the most curious person you'll ever have on this podcast. You put something in front of me that's a mystery, and bro, I'm going to not stop until I figure it out. So that's what I did with this. And then, long story short, after I figured it out and I started using different things to make light in us to improve things, I realized immediately, as soon as I knew we made light in us, I had to look for the target of the light. And then I found the target. It was POMC. POMC is where melanin's made from. POMC is a gene that only gets translated from UV light. And then I said, okay, this makes sense. Fritz Popp found that every single living cell emits ultra-weak biophotons in the UV light. So you can imagine, as soon as I heard that, I'm like, okay, Bill Gates, dermatologists and ophthalmologists are assholes because biology is making UV light. That means it's not toxic. That means it's being used for optical photonic signaling that we don't know about. Okay? Mm-hmm. And I went further. I kept going. And that's when I realized what POMC was all about. I had learned about it in medical school. I learned about it in even high school, but I didn't know anything about it. And then I read The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. I said, yeah, the dude said he went up to the top of the mountain in the cold and he got tan. And all of a sudden, everything started making sense. I was like, oh, I got this. And, you know, all I kept doing is what I told you, diagnostician, go back to first principles. And I started putting it together. And then I went back to the neurosurgery library and I found this crazy pathway. It's called the leptin-melanocortin pathway. And I was like, this is the whole shot, you know? And I went down that rabbit hole and I didn't stop. I kept reading everything I possibly could. Because you remember, I told you, leptin was not discovered until 94. I was already out of medical school by that time. Mm-hmm. And I learned about that. And I started putting the whole story together. And I said, you know what? Light is the biggest part of the story because we're creating light and we absorb light and we have all these proteins in us that are chromophore proteins. I said, God or evolution wouldn't have done this if it wasn't important. You know, I started finding UVA detectors on our cornea and our skin. I never learned that in medical school. When I saw that, I'm like, there's a story here that hasn't been told. And that's kind of how it all went. You know, for me, translating papers, spending money. And at the end of the 18 months, that's when I stood in front of my family at the time on Thanksgiving Day. And I said, in 1 year, I'm going to go from a fat ass to wearing my brother-in-law's jeans. And it happened.
So is it true that near-infrared light and red light can actually build new neurons in the eyes and help vision?
Yep.
Like repair vision?
Did you talk to Chantel?
No, not about this.
Oh, her dad is the classic example. So.
Oh, wow. I had an ophthalmologist on here, an optometrist, and I was asking him about that, and it was one thing he didn't really know much about.
Yeah, well, most people won't because they haven't read the literature they need to read.
Right.
But this happened, I think, 3 years ago. Chantel's dad was up in my clinic in Louisiana, blowing pine needles out of the gutter. And this guy, just so you know, now he's 83, but at the time this happened, he was 80. He's a Marine, falls off the roof, lands on the ground. He breaks his leg. The reason he breaks his leg, he's got a knee replacement. So if you know anything about a knee replacement, it looks like a metal plate with a keel in it. The keel, when he hits, splits the tibia in half.
Ugh.
He also, I thought he may have a concussion. I thought his eyes looked kind of funny. And he's got AMD. I knew he had AMD. So I was worried that could he have popped the lens out or dislocated something. So, of course, I sent him to the hospital. So he goes to the hospital and the orthopedic surgeon tells him, look, because your leg is broken and you have a knee replacement, we're going to have to let the bone heal and then we're going to have to redo your knee. So he's looking at major problems. Everything else in his head was okay. His eye was fine. Mm-hmm. No issues. He calls me up 2 weeks after the injury and he's in a cast and, he's like, Jack, you got to do something to help me. I have so much pain and I can't shit. I'm taking the Percocet. I said, Dave, take the keys to my clinic, go sit in front of the red light that I have for the NFL football players for the concussion.
Right.
But remember, he's a jarhead. I said, listen to what I'm telling you. Sit in front of the light, put it on 20 minutes, do it 4 times a day. You know, I'm not there. You can use it. No problems. Taught him how to turn it on. Taught him how to program it. I said, but make sure you wear those glasses, the goggles, when you sit in front of him. He didn't listen to me. So what happens?
That's another thing I wanted to ask you. What
happens? He goes back to the orthopedic surgeon. This was the funny part. I get a picture from Chantel of her dad on my zero-turn lawnmower cutting my grass 2 weeks after this happens. He's like, my leg doesn't hurt anymore. And he goes back to the orthopedic surgeon. The orthopedic surgeon takes an x-ray, can't find the fracture.
Oh, my God.
The fracture is healed, and here's the best part. He's walking around in the orthopedic surgeon's office. He's like, Dave, you don't even have a limp. He goes, I don't think we're going to have to do your knee replacement either. So Dave's great. 6 weeks later, he gets an appointment to go to the ophthalmologist.
Yeah.
They look in his eyes. He's still doing the red light, even though, because he says it makes him feel great.
But he's not wearing the glasses.
No, he doesn't have AMD anymore. It's gone. This is a guy that for 5 years was getting the injections into his eyeball with his doctor. And the doctor looks in his eye, the ophthalmologist, not an optometrist, an ophthalmologist.
Which is a surgeon.
Well,
right?
You call them surgeon. I don't call them surgeons.
But the ophthalmologist does eye surgery.
Correct. But he looks at him, he goes, there's no evidence that you have macular degeneration anymore. They even do a eye test on him. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, I didn't know that this was possible. So what do? I go back and read the literature. Sure as shit. There's papers out there about this issue. Most of them in Japan. Mm-hmm. Guess who's burying them? Big Pharma.
Wow. See, my friend Dom D'Agostino, he's on this pod. He lives in Tampa.
I know who he is.
You know Dom?
He's a ketogenic metabolic guy.
Yeah. And he got a grant from the DOD to do research on ketosis for...
I know all about it.
Yeah, they were getting the oxygen toxicity seizures from the rebreathers. Mm-hmm. And he found out by putting him in ketosis, he was able to eliminate the seizures. And now he's doing it with all kinds of people that deal with epilepsy and stuff like that.
He would improve his outcome if he actually added UVA light, if he added 380 nanometer light. But you can tell him that I said that, or let him listen to the podcast.
I told him you were coming in before, and I asked him what he thought about you. He said he loved you. He said he really loved your work.
But I'm going to tell you, that's the missing piece for ketosis. The reason why ketosis by itself doesn't work, if you don't have a way to control the mTOR switch, you're f***ed. He'll love this. When he listens to it, this answer is for him. Mm-hmm. Tell him that David Sabatini has lost his Nobel Prize because he doesn't know what I just said. But Dom could potentially steal it now if he does a study. Because, you know, the lady that I just told you that you need to have on, Dr. Alexis Jasmine.
Yeah.
Just so you know, she is like Dom, except here's the difference. She trained at the best metabolic lab in the world. That's the Rabinowitz Clinic the Rabinowitz lab at Princeton University. She's like a rock star. The difference between her and every other PhD, remember I told you that Rick wanted me to go on and get Huberman down this road?
Yeah.
Dude, she's down this road.
Really?
Yeah, I told Nicole, you got to give her money to run this because she wants to run all these light biochemistry stores and fix all the problems. Like the reason Dom's got the belief he's got, it's a half truth, because nobody's ever done studies utilizing UVA light or radiation on the skin and the eye while you're doing ketosis. If they did, you'd understand truly how mTOR works. So, for example, Huberman's good friends with Peter Attia. Peter Attia he thinks the world of Sabatini, but he's not smart enough to figure out what I just told you. Mm-hmm. But guess what? Rick listened to me when he had his heart surgery. And what did I tell Rick to do? Use methylene blue.
The doctor said no, though.
Peter Attia said I was crazy. Then 6 months later, he comes back. He goes, I don't think Jack was so crazy anymore after I looked into it. And see, that's my beef with centralized doctors. Mm-hmm. Like, when I know something, bro, I'm not going to tell one of my friends not to do something that's going to hurt them.
Right.
And that's how we improve things. And I don't think we can improve those things in the United States because Big Pharma will block this from ever seeing the light of day. I told you they already blocked my TED Talk because I knew I was going to out them on the GLP-1 stuff that they were getting ready to do.
So just to be clear, if I'm doing red light therapy with the NIR setting on, do I have to wear the glasses or no?
I wouldn't wear them.
You wouldn't wear them because I don't wear them. I lost them, so I stopped wearing them.
I wouldn't wear them. But I'm going to tell you that everybody else to do CYA, they're going to tell you to wear them. And all the guys
CYA.
Cover your ass.
Oh.
For like a malpractice suit or a business suit.
Yeah, well, when you buy it, there's a big warning on it.
Yeah, the warning is always there because you're protecting the manufacturer. But I would tell you, when you realize that, infrared A and near infrared light are in sunlight, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that it's probably okay. Mm-hmm. The difference is you have to realize that those lights are not equivalent to the sun. Those lights all flicker, and they all have a polarization effect. Mm-hmm. Any light that comes from there are polarized. Sunlight is unpolarized. Also has no flicker effect.
Right.
So fake light is never equivalent to sunlight. So people always ask me, Jack, how come you don't have affiliate codes and get paid for red light since you talk about it all the time? Now you know the answer why. Because the real answer is the affiliate code I want is from nature.
I love that about you. I think that's so fucking metal.
No, I mean, it's the way I roll, bro. It's like I want people. I always say this. Why am I going to sell you?
This episode is brought to you by.
Right, it drives me crazy. But why settle for a B, C, or a D when you got an A available? Like, and I know there's going to be some people out there like who listen to this podcast say, "But Jack, you used the red light in surgery because then I don't have a fucking choice.
Right?
They're not going to let me operate outside.
Right?
I wish they would.
Really?
Yeah.
You would do brain surgery outside?
Fuck yeah. I'd let another neurosurgeon operate on me if I had to have outside.
Are you so confident in your ability to operate on the brain? If it came to it, if you had to operate on my brain right now in this room with all the tools we have available, we have some rigid Home Depot tools, and we have a skill saw. Would you?
Not a problem.
You would be able to operate on my brain in here right now.
I would tell you, get Chantel on the phone now and ask her. I famously said, if you trained in Charity Hospital, I could go down to the cafeteria with a knife and a fork and do a craniotomy. Do you know what Dr. Klein used to do?
What's a craniotomy?
That's when we take the skull off and do surgery. Let me tell you one of the things that he used to do to us in the middle of our residency. You know that New Orleans has a lot of hurricanes, right?
Yeah.
So we lose power. He would walk into a room while we're doing a brain tumor or an epidural and say, okay, we just lost power. He'd turn the fucking lights off, take all of our power drills away, and say, what are you going to do? So, dude, you ever see the stories from the Civil War, how we used to cut legs off with a giggly saw?
What's a giggly saw?
It's a saw that has two handles and a blade that wobbles like this.
Oh, okay.
The only place you see it now is in butchers, and there's no butchers around, so you can't see it. But that's how they used to lop off legs. Dr. Klein taught us how to do a craniotomy with a giggly saw in case there was ever a power.
Oh.
Dude.
Does that happen? You could lose power in the middle of brain surgery?
I actually can tell you of a case that...
Oh, that.
Yeah, there you go. See? There you go.
Jesus.
That is an amazing machine, and let me tell you something. When you have a
people
surgeon...
that are just listening and not watching the visuals, this is like two metal handles with, it looks like barbed wire between them.
That's basically what it is. But it's amazing, and when you know how to do it, like... This is the thing that we're losing in medicine. Like, you know how people are talking about AI and they're talking about all these adjunctive things? This is the kind of shit. You're not going to have neurosurgeons in the future know how to do this. Mm-hmm. And the problem is that's what my concern about AI is in medicine. That if we make things so easy that a monkey could do it, then what happens when you're faced with something when you have to be on the front and think about it to help the patient? Are you doing the best for the patient? My opinion is no. I think the way we're training residents now, totally different. And then, these are things that I talked to Bukele about that I think we need to change in El Salvador. And I don't really care what people think in America, because people in America have bought the hook, line, and sinker from the big tech guys, from big pharma, and also the medical implant industry. Those guys are probably one of the worst gouges in medicine. They got us all believing putting screws and rods and everything is a good idea. If you go open up Becker's book and realize that destroys the photoelectric ability of bone, why the fuck are we doing this? I'll tell you why.
Right.
Johnny Manziel, incentives dictate outcomes. And the problem is I know that's not something that my specialty board's going to like me saying publicly, but it's the fucking truth. My mouth's not a bakery.
There is sort of a little bit change of subject, but there is a huge interest out there right now in the world and online with people like, there's this huge category of people on the internet right now who are like Huberman or like Peter Attia that talk about medicine and ways to optimize the body. A lot of young people pay attention to it, and people are obsessed with upping their testosterone and doing things not only naturally, but like more and more. I see it every day. Lots of kids in their 20s, 30s that are going to testosterone injections. It seems like it's like the ultimate answer, the fountain of youth to everything. Like they
all have Pregnenolone-Steele syndrome.
They have what?
They all have Pregnenolone-Steele syndrome from their screens. This is the basis of MK Ultra's work. It's what happens. Oh, yes, my friend. It destroys your sex steroid hormones by design. And you know how we can make a prediction that somebody's...
What destroys your sex
The blue light.
The blue light, right? Yeah.
Blue light screens, non-native EMF, RF, microwaves, take it all away.
But what do you make about the sort of obsession right now with young people and this testosterone therapy?
You're not listening to me. They're obsessed with tech, therefore that's why they're obsessed with that.
Okay, I see.
Fix the tech addiction, then you fix that problem. But guess what happens? When you take something your body naturally makes, you uncouple the system, you're setting yourself up for problems down the road. So, for example, let's use Rogan as an example because it's a good one. So Rogan uses it, gets jacked. He's in a podcast studio all the time, right? He's at UFC stuff. He's doing stuff at night. So he jacks it up. I guarantee you that what he's not telling you, he's having to donate blood sometimes. He probably has something called polycythemia.
What's that?
That's when you have too much red blood cell mass, and you always have to check it out.
That thickens your blood.
Correct. You get clots. You think that's a good idea as you get older?
No.
Well, guess what? And then here's the worst
Bobby
part.
Kennedy said that he's on it too.
Yeah. Well, Bobby's 70 years old. It's a little different story, but here's the other problem. When you're constantly in front of the blue light, this problem is going to be a huge issue. So what's the best way for you to deal with it? Add back the light you're missing, subtract the light that's a problem. I'm not saying that you still can't take it, but what you don't realize, the magnitude of the problem, like when somebody tells me that they're on testosterone since their 20s, bro, that tells me their system is completely fucked.
How does it affect the brain?
For men, it improves your cognition.
It improves your cognition.
Absolutely. That's the reason why people are very interested in it. Like most guys are interested in it.
Yes.
But I think you'll be in a very interesting situation because when you bring people in here, you should ask every single guy that comes in here if they're taking testosterone or not. And then when you do the podcast with them, what's your gut feeling about, is this person able to think? Can they put things together? Like, I'm going to tell you something. In the world that Rogan's in, these guys use the facade as their story. I'm going to tell you, we don't bury our mitochondria in our facade. We bury it here and here. These are the two things that also kill us.
Pointing to your brain and your heart.
Correct. Those are the two things that kill us, too, more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you'll be very shocked to know many of these guys that use testosterone, they don't live as long as they should. I mean, think about all the NFL players. They die early.
Yeah.
You know, all the guys in wrestling, they die early. They all look jacked, right? But it turns out, if you go to the supercentenarians that are in Albert Einstein taken care of by Nir Barzilai, you'll find out they're all little short Jewish guys that have belly fat.
Yeah.
And their leptin levels are up. But guess what? People forget this key point, Danny. You said you're a dad. When that baby came out of your wife's vagina, it couldn't talk, it couldn't walk.
She got a C-section.
All right, that's even worse. But
what?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Why?
Absolutely terrible. Forget it. That's another podcast.
She has no choice. She's so little that she would have I don't think she would have survived.
There's so much we could talk about there.
Okay, we'll save it for dinner.
Her placenta determines that. And believe it or not, the cannabinoid system, weed that's in you, that's actually what makes the decision whether the baby fits out or not. That's a story for another day. But here's the cool part.
So many questions. Jesus Christ. Okay, go ahead.
Here's the cool part of the story. The baby is a ball of fat. But what does society tell us? That subcutaneous fat is a real problem. What does the baby do with that fat? It unwinds the fat and forms a brain. The brain doesn't fully form until it's 28 years old. Remember, you don't myelinate your frontal lobes until you're 28.
Right.
That's why you can't rent a car or rent a hotel room until you're 25. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that, but I didn't know that was why.
That's the reason why, because you're too crazy. So the point I'm trying to make to you, think about the obesity crisis now the way Rogan doesn't think about it. Why do we have this? We have people getting fatter and fatter because things like we talked about before about the GLP-1 drugs and big pharma. But when you put subcutaneous fat in, what are you doing? You're actually protecting the mass of your brain. And what do we know about children? They're more susceptible to non-native EMF. Why? Because they don't have as much myelin. The more myelin you have, the better able you're to protect yourself. So guess what?
What is myelin again?
Myelin is the covering of the brain.
Got it.
Meaning the nerves. That insulation, like if we're talking about wires, it's the black plastic on the outside.
Got it.
That's the thing that gets destroyed in MS. Gets destroyed. So when you put this all together, you start to go, so this is a protection system of the little baby when it's being formed. So when the baby comes out, maybe we should start thinking about obesity a little bit different. Is the obesity crisis telling us something about MK Ultra? Yep. That's why it's happening. There's an impetus in the environment that's causing us to put subcutaneous fat because we're constantly around the wrong fucking light.
Right.
And guess what happens? The placenta in humans, that's exactly what the mother does. If you think about your wife when she was pregnant with your baby, remember the first 19 weeks, she only had a little pooch, but she had a flat belly for most of it. All the organ systems are being built in that time, but the baby has no sub-Q fat. Do you know when the baby gets all the sub-Q fat? The last trimester. Do you know what controls that? Leptin in the fucking placenta sends only blue light to the baby, subtracts out UV and red. You know those biophotons we talked about? It's fattening the baby up so that it can heal its brain after it comes out of the vagina, because guess what? If it had a fully formed brain, it wouldn't fit out the vagina.
Right.
Got it? Mm-hmm. So when you begin to see that nature actually does have some insight about why everybody's getting fat now, it's because everybody's being fucking tech abused by the industrial military complex. That's why they canceled Becker.
Right. But how much of the obesity epidemic, like what percent would you give it?
90%. 10% for food.
From
like
the
you're
technology
gonna,
and the light.
Right. You're gonna have Callie Means in here probably down the road.
Yeah.
He's gonna tell you exactly the opposite. Callie Means doesn't know shit about Becker or anything else. I just sat down with Nicole and Mary Bowden, and we had a discussion at dinner. I'm not gonna disclose what he said, but I have a huge problem with, his sister who went to Stanford Medical School and didn't finish her residency. That tells me something's up there. And they want to pound big food. I'm all about pounding big food because I think they're full of shit too.
Yeah.
But bro, blaming them is a front for the industrial military complex.
Right.
The real problem is tech abuse. And let me tell you what I said in Rick's podcast. I said it in multiple podcasts.
Right.
Every time we have 10% increase in tech spending in the United States, the NHANES data for obesity goes up 10%. Explain.
Wow.
You want to hear something else? Nina Tickholz, who's cut from the same cloth as Dom D'Agostino, she's a PhD researcher. She wrote a really good book. She posted something on Twitter last week about 1980, the food pyramid and all that. And I said, isn't this convenient that you used 1980 because it suits your goal? I said, look at my chart. And my chart went with the NHANES data all the way back to 1893 when we electrified the surface of the earth. And you know what you'll notice? I'm right. The food thing is a little bump. I'm telling you, it plays a role, but it ain't the big role.
Right. Well, there's also the phenomena. I had another guy in here telling me that he did this study on the world's blue zones, the places in the
Dan
world.
Butner.
Yeah.
Total bullshit.
Really?
Yep.
Where people live the longest. One of them is like Costa Rica, Nosara, Costa Rica, where
that is true because the sun is there. But guess what? Most of the places, like for example, one of the blue zones is supposed to be the area around Loma Linda where all the Seventh-day Adventists are and they eat Kellogg's cereals all day. Total bullshit. Go talk to anybody. He also talked about Okinawa.
Right.
Okinawa blue zone. It's all manufactured. Dan Butner is another guy that I will tell you, my opinion, he's also part of the problem. It was very interesting when he came out. So, of course, guy like me, based on our time here together on the podcast, that I fact-checked that. None of it's true.
Interesting.
That's why I said you have to, look, who packs your parachute, Danny, is so incredibly important in this. Why? Because remember what's at stake. Hopefully you get a little flavor from Uncle Jack now. I value your time more than you value your time. The way I talk about it, I'm telling you, I want you to focus in on what's going to give you the most time back. I don't want you to focus in on the shit that they can make money off of.
Right. That's
the reason why these guys sell supplements. They sell this, they sell that. No. Functional medicine doctors are doing the same thing centralized medical doctors are doing. They're using pharmaceutical drugs through the prescription pad. The functional medicine guys are selling you in powders and all kinds of bullshit.
So what's the best way to take care of your heart and your brain, in your opinion? What's the best protocol that you live by? I mean, other than eliminating the screens.
Sunrise every day.
Watch the sunrise.
80% Pareto's principle. You do that. It's incredibly important because it sets the circadian clock in your eye. Second most important thing, I think, is make sure you eat a diet that's based on the circadian biology. So, for example, here in Tampa, if it grows in Tampa, you eat it. If it doesn't grow in Tampa, you don't eat it.
That's hard because anywhere you go, you buy, even if you buy, like, we're surrounded by the ocean, right? And you buy fish, and fish are grown on farms, like salmon. All the salmon that you get in any kind of restaurant here.
But do you understand why it's in farms around here? Because all the runoff from the pesticides, which is one of the points that Bobby makes. He's right about that. You know, so you have to realize how these things fit together, but I'm still going to tell you, eating farmed fish is actually still better than eating probably grass-fed meat from Iowa. And the reason why is the DHA content is higher in fish.
Yeah.
Exponentially so. And the reason I say that as a neurosurgeon, you have more DHA, which acts as a semiconductor in that central retinal pathway than any other part of your brain. Why? Because the clock in your eye has to run faster than the rest of the clocks in your body. Why? Whose rule is that? Not Jack Kruse's rule. Einstein. That's a consequence of general and special relativity. Wow. So how do you know this works? So you get it? This cell phone, all right, has GPS on it. You know that. It allows you to get everywhere.
Right.
The Garmin satellite that controls this phone is 80,000 kilometers above the surface. It runs 38 microseconds faster than the clocks on the ground.
It's time travel.
That's it, bro. So guess what? The clock that controls everything in you, the master clock, which is at the top of your body, runs faster than every other else. The only way you can do that, you have to have a higher current in it, and we use a semiconductor current to do it.
Wow.
Science, bro. Decentralized science.
You talk a lot about cold and how cold can help create light inside the body.
Yep.
Do you put any weight or credibility into like these cold plunges people are doing, this cold water therapy?
I have no problem with it, but you got to remember, I wrote my cold thermogenesis protocol before anybody did it. That includes Wim Hof, 2005.
And you said you had a problem with Wim. You said you had a little problem with Wim Hof.
Yeah, his breathing technique is total bullshit. I mean, and that's what he's claimed to fame is. I have never really called him out on it because my belief is Wim's a good guy. I do think he's a good guy. If he's bringing people to cold, I'm okay with it. But I have different people who get the breathing thing right, like Erwin LaCour. He's spectacular on the breathing technique. So if you use Erwin's breathing technique and you use Wim's protocol, great. My protocol is very simple. It's been on my website from the beginning. Just realized, cool sculpting, when centralized plastic surgery got on the cold game, their first patent is in 2008. I wrote mine in 2005 and I put it on the internet for free. So you have the choice. How did I figure out the cold story?
Yeah.
Every mammal has the mammalian dive reflex.
Yes.
That's actually how it works.
And can you explain that for people who don't know?
Yeah. When a baby comes out of its mother, we were designed to be born in water. So the best way to think about it is the Nirvana album cover, you know, that has Come As You Are on it. You see the baby swimming in there. The baby will not take a breath in while the cold water is around it. Then when it comes to the surface, because of its fat, it floats. That's when it takes its first breath. Cold is built into every single mammal, and it goes back to when the age of mammals started, you know, which I talked about in the Huberman podcast. But it's present in us. We are the one mammal that doesn't really use it like we should. Why? Because what are the two metrics that circadian biology works on? Light and dark and temperature. People always forget the temperature part. And that's where cold plays a role. And it turns out we have a metabolic switch in our eye called endothelial nitric oxide synthase. Remember? We talked about nitric oxide earlier. The crazy part of the nitric oxide story, everybody knows that when you make it from UVA light or infrared light, it can help with blood pressure. But you know what nobody else tells you? Dropping the bomb here now for the people who haven't read the Patreon. Nitric oxide controls the stem cell depots in your body. So how do you replace bad cells? Like, you don't go to the regenerative medicine guy down the street and get an injection. You learn to use nitric oxide. So you get in the sun. That's the best way to do it. And what do? That's how you actually take out the bad cells, called apoptosis, cell suicide. How do you replace them? The same free radical signal does that. And what do you need to do it? You need 380 nanometer light, and you need 1280. Aren't those two lights that we talked about earlier?
So he talks about so Wim Hof, he talks a lot about the breathing, but and then him and Huberman as well talk about the cold. And you mentioned the mammalian dive reflex, but how does freezing your body
cold
like that, how could that possibly
It's easy.
be good?
No, it's really good, and I'll explain to you why. You have to know a little bit of science, but I'll use basic ideas so you get it. So if we send Steve out right now on my iPhone and we put it on the hood of the car that drove me here, and we left it in the Tampa sun, would I get a temperature warning on this?
Yes.
And then I could put that thing in the freezer. It would work right away, right? Semiconductive circuits work better by cold. Remember, you're thinking about your F-250 that you turn the key when it's 22 degrees in Tampa. That happens once a year in December or January. That's a different kind of current. That's a DC electric current. That builds resistance up in a line. That's different. Semiconductive currents work better in the cold. Here's where the key metric is. When we are in the cold, all mammals, we turn on the sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system activates the leptin-melanocortin pathway. What happens? We take our fat in the sub-Q space, bring it to the mitochondria, and we create huge amounts of light. That's Fritz Pop's work. So guess what? That allowed us, unlike the Neanderthals, to live at higher latitudes than they did. That's why we persisted and they died off. And how did we do that? The difference between humans and Neanderthals is we shrunk our brain. So on a relative basis, we have 125 grams less brain tissue. But what does that mean?
Than Neanderthals.
No, right. We actually are cognitively de-evolved compared to them in terms of volume. But you know what that did when we shrunk the neurons? We raised the amount of melanin and water at the same time. So guess what melanin and water do? It's the ultimate battery in humans. Why? Because what did I tell you? Anytime light hits melanin, it creates electrons, hydrogen, and oxygen. And we create more electrons from that interaction than chlorophyll does with sunlight. Chlorophyll, the first step of photosynthesis, only creates 2 electrons. Melanin, the minimum, is 4, but it can create way more because it's a wideband semiconductor. You heard me say that multiple times to Huberman. When you have a wideband semiconductor, it means that there's more possibilities for light to be created. And that's the reason why melanin got expanded from the KT event to us. So if you remember, in the podcast that we talked to him, I try to be provocative with his stupid little cephalopods that he talked about that are in his lab. And I said, bro, it's amazing to me that you can use these cephalopods. You see their brain and all the light in there. What do they do with their melanin? They spit it out to protect themselves. I said, what happened in 650 million years from the Cambrian explosion when cephalopods evolved? We kept all our melanin in and we put it inside our body. We don't use it anymore. In fact, we do. Most of that melanin is in our B and T cells. We use that as our immune system to fight off pathogens. That's how it works. And when you cut the brain open, you don't see the light show like you see in cephalopods. We rectify all the currents, a la Robert Becker, because the currents are doped. So we have small little atoms in there that actually change the different frequencies. That's exactly what the guys in Silicon Valley do. You know, with AMD or Intel, they all have doped silicon semiconductors. We have doped carbon-based semiconductors. So that's how we create different light frequencies. And the dopant that's present in bone that Becker found is copper. We have 2 copper atoms that are between collagen and apatite, and that allows us to have the semiconductive current. And they're only electrostatically bound. What does that mean? When you put a human up into space or you're Elon Musk, you're going to knock those 2 electrons off and you're going to get space osteoporosis. So the osteoporosis that you get in space isn't the osteoporosis that your grandmother gets down here. It's a little bit different.
Right.
So that tells you, just like Becker said, this is why he told the government they were wrong about what they believed. He said, I know what's going on. And he goes, I know why those Russian astronauts died in 1971 in the Soyuz capsule, because they stayed up there too long and they all got horrible osteoporosis.
Right.
That's the reason why, bro.
Yeah.
That's why I said,
You're kind of like blowing my, like when you hear Elon talking about us becoming an interplanetary species, and then I listen to you talk about this stuff, it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't.
I don't know how human beings could survive on Mars.
Bro,
or
they're going to be there, but they're going to be sick as fucking shit and they're never coming back because they're going to die there.
Right.
Now, I will tell you, is it theoretically possible? Yeah. When we create an alien magnetic field that supports our life, because that's what you're missing, and then you deliver light frequencies that we get on Earth, remember, you're also going to have to build an artificial ionosphere.
Terraform an atmosphere.
Correct. So, bro, how about we do that shit before we send somebody up there? But you know why? You have to remember something. This will be a nice tie-in for what we talked about before. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is an engineer. Do you know who else was an engineer? General Groves. Do you know that he was a product engineer that worked for the Army Corps of Engineers? Do you think he made mistakes? Now, he was able to build a nuclear bomb, just like Elon Musk built SpaceX and can get rockets back and forth. I'm trying to tell you, he's a talented guy. But has he got everything together? Did General Groves have it together? And what did I tell you? If you have something wrong, can you be a product engineer, make a bomb, steal science, and turn out to be worse than Hitler? I did say that, didn't I? So what am I trying to tell you as a young guy? I'm trying to kill all your heroes. Like, let me explain to you. Steve Jobs, right? Hardware guy, dead before he's 60. Paul Allen, software guy from Microsoft, dead at 62. Hal Finney, unbelievable guy in Bitcoin, dead before 60 years. All billionaires. You think they're great? I think it's the biggest epic fail to have $9 billion and not be able to spend the time with your kids or your family.
Right.
But guess what?
I think about that all the time.
Well, guess what? I went to Prague, to Bitcoin Prague, to discuss those three guys. And you already heard how I got the story, how I value time. I got it from that kid with the french fries. Dude, it didn't fucking magically come into me. This is all entanglement from my career. What my job is, when I come to a podcast like this, I'm trying to get in there and take off my wooden shoes. They're called sabots. That's where the word sabotage comes from. And throw them into your clock gears. I want you to think better than you did before I walked in that room and dropped my suitcases off. And you said, let's go. Mm-hmm. Well, before Steve said, we're live. Mm-hmm. I want you to think about some of the things that we're talking about. Why? Because I think you have a duty to me now and a duty to the public. When you have other people come in here, you got to start asking some good questions. You say, okay, you're allowed to say that, Mr. Newman, but talk to me about what Jack just said here. How's this change? Like, go back. That's what we do in M&M conference. M&M conference is morbidity and mortality. So if we do something bad to somebody, we all get up in a room and they fucking pound us. I want you to start doing that on a podcast. Somebody comes in here and you know that they're selling you a line of bullshit, hit them. Don't be scared. Your audience is going to love you. Now, some people are going to be loud on your YouTube comments and tell you you're an asshole and Jack did something to you and he should have never done that. Bro, that's okay. I'm that guy. I'd be the first one to tell you. I like to be agent provocateur. But I'm going to tell you, failures create our success. Wounds create our wisdom. We don't learn anything from success.
Right.
That's the message.
Man in the arena.
Correct. And when the government's giving you Circus Maximus, run away.
What can you tell by somebody? You're good at diagnosing people. Mm-hmm. What can you tell by someone by just looking in their eyes?
Well, when I do an ophthalmoscopic exam, remember the retina itself is a diencephalon. It's actually part of your brain. Most people don't know that. Right. You know, it's actually brain surgery, and I'm actually able to examine your brain. Things that I'm looking for, I'm looking at your optic disc. I'm looking at your fovea. That's where your central vision is, but I'm very interested on what's happening right around your fovea with your ophthalmic artery. That tells me how much blue light toxicity you got. Your pupillary reflex. I use 3 different lights to check it. Okay? What am I looking for? I'm looking for evidence that your midbrain is involved with tech abuse. Then I'll do some other things. Like if I put the light in your eye and you sneeze, that tells me you have a problem with myelination in your olfactory cortex in your brain.
Well, when I go out in the sun, I often sneeze.
It tells me that you've got an issue. It also tells me something else. You have a problem with creating vasopressin from the posterior pituitary. Means that you got too much light on at night. So I can tell a lot, But these are all things that centralized doctors, they don't know, and they don't check. And I will tell you, I didn't check any of these things until 20 years ago. 20 years ago is when I realized that there was a lot of fat on the bone that we have to teach people. And that's kind of what I do with my doctor members. I teach them that. I do all these Patreon blogs all the time.
Right.
And if you follow my Twitter handle, I mean, I blow people's minds daily with Twitter stuff, but I do it for that reason. I'm not trying to show people that I know more than they do. I'm trying to get people motivated that what you've been told is horseshit. Upgrade your game.
Right. There was an interesting thing you guys also brought up about, you're talking about Jackson Pollock, and when you said you're trying to heal people and fix their brains and fix people's ailments, you're often taking away certain gifts they have.
Yes.
And that reminds me, especially when you brought up Jackson Pollock, there was a book I read about neuroplasticity with Weasel and I forget the guy. One of the guys' name was something Weasel. These two scientists that figured out neuroplasticity figured out that it goes way past, like, conventional theory is that neuroplasticity ends in like your early teens or before that. It's maybe not true. But it goes way past that. Right.
Yeah. And the number one thing, the point that I try to bring to Huberman, to his credit, he did bring up the other doc you're talking about. I think it's Merzinovich, which was one of his mentors. And this guy died. But he's really big into why we got cochlear implants. And also, his original research that clued us into this was on the median nerve. And I told you, Dr. Klein, he's the world expert in peripheral neurosurgery in the world. He's now like 90 years old, probably close to death if he's not dead already. But his work, actually, as a young resident, taught me that the dominant paradigm belief, because I was taught that the brain doesn't change, that guy's research told me that was bullshit. The single most important thing I try to bring to Huberman is that there's no more plastic part of the neurologic system than melanin. Melanin is neuroplastic to light like that, bro. And everybody should get that. You remember, you heard in the same podcast when Rick said, I leave Costa Rica and I go to Malibu and I lose my tan. Right. And then I talked the reverse of that. Remember the black lady?
And why is that?
With vitiligo.
Yes.
Right? We switched that around. The reason I did those things, because I realized that there's things that are in us that are way more plastic than not. And it turns out the things that are the most plastic are the things that get us better. And that was the tie-in for me with Becker. Because Becker found that the source of all regeneration is the DC electric current takes red blood cells and turns them into the cell you need. The key is you have to have the right light to get the right current to get the right cell. And it doesn't matter what cell it is. And I've already told you the interesting thing, we do this with red blood cells and bone. My belief is that we're using stem cells to do it with other tissues. And if you don't create the right light, you don't get the right current, then you don't get the regeneration. And that's what we see with people that say have quiescence or have senescence. Those are people that they can't make any more stem cells from their body. And they get it. And that's what most of the people who have had osteoporosis for probably the last 50 or 60 years get. Their bones are senescent because they don't have any stem cells left inside their marrow. And that's an unfortunate situation. The reason why that's important to understand is the more that we're involved in a tech life, you're depleting stem cells.
Right.
So that means you can't live long. So if you want to follow these longevity guys, and I think they're all fucking shysters.
Even the guys that are running the stem cell things where they're saying take your baby and get your placenta of your baby. And
I'm okay with that, but don't listen to anything else because they don't know their ass from their elbow. And none of them know. Like every single stem cell that's frozen should be, instead of being frozen, should also have a UV light and infrared A light inside the freezer, but we don't have that. We don't have that because you'll extend the shelf life. We talk about preservatives in food, that keep McDonald's hamburgers for 14 years. They need to start thinking about doing that with stem cells. And I believe light is how we do it. And, people listen to this podcast and say that's crazy. You may not know this, but your wife, when she was born, I should say before she was born, all the eggs that she'd ever produced was in her.
Right.
Within 4 or 5 weeks of her being in her mother. And she's kept all those eggs up until she has her last period. For how long? Guess what hormone picks the eggs? leptin. It's the leptin melanocortin pathway.
Wow.
That's why I said, when you see it, and you know that Nicole's big into human fertility, especially female fertility.
Yeah.
Well, Alexis Jasmine, the same way. Fertility is also tied to this, which came into your testosterone story. So when the boys put their phone in their front pocket, they're irradiating all their swimmers. Not only are they destroying their testosterone, but they're killing their germ cells. Remember, those germ cells, like, you have all these idiots that come and do podcasts about artificial intelligence. If you ask them, artificial intelligence has no target. You know what I tell people? You know what artificial intelligence really is? It's your kids. Your kid is part your wife, part you. He's a fucking alien. And you don't think about it that way, but guess what? What are we doing to our kids? We think, okay, after 4 or 5 years, we put them in daycare. They're getting irradiated in daycare, then we put them in school. And we're radiating there. Are we really taking care of our stem cells or our artificial intelligence when we do that?
Right.
But that's what the transhumanists want you to do. And what did I say to you before? If you're going to bank your eggs because you're a tech abuser, because you're infertile, maybe you need to take care of the eggs better than you took care of them. And we're not doing that.
Right.
So guess what? When we take an egg out and do IVF after it's been frozen, why does anybody think that's a good idea when you understand what I'm telling you right here?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting because I actually recently had a biological anthropologist on here a couple weeks ago, and he was explaining to me that there's a lot of debate about IVF, and they're saying, like, you're selecting against nature when you're doing that.
You are. I totally agree with that. And this is the reason why I will even tell you, and this was the punch in the mouth that I had to deliver to Nicole. I said, you realize that you and Sergey, your previous life, what you did, you ruined your germ cells. That's why that baby has got what it's got. Now that she's out, you got to reverse all the things that you guys did. And dude, this was a straight punch in the mouth to her. I was not kind about it. But when she said to me about the $100 million, I said, I didn't want it. I said, but I'll tell you what I want you to do. I said, I want you to give $5 million to Anjan Kata to make the blue light computer that blocks all the blue light, because your husband's trying to put him out of business and all his friends in Silicon Valley. She did that. And then I said, go talk to Francisco Gonzalez Lima in University of Texas. She gave him $20 million to study red light and autism. When she did that, she proved to me that she wasn't a douchebag. So what did I do? Then I wrote my seminal ideas about how autism really forms, and I put it in a blog for Quantum Engineering 45. I gave it to Nicole before I gave it to anybody else.
Is this online?
It's on my Patreon. In fact, when I sat down with Andrew Wakefield and Mary Bowden 2 days ago in Dallas, I gave both of them a copy. Wow. I said, if you want to see where I think it comes from, and I think what Andy was very interested, because to his credit, he said, look, in 98, when they canceled me, he goes, what we thought the state of autism was back then, it was tied to the gut, because remember, he's a gastroenterologist. He says, I realize the science has changed a lot, and he's out of the doctoring game now because they took his career from him. Now he makes movies. But to his credit, and you tell, he's a brilliant guy who's just got fucking chewed up because he didn't have Becker talk to him. We need people like him, because guess what? His insights, the way he thinks, it may have been atrophied because now he's making movies, because the movies that he's making is actually telling the story. Like, he just came out with a movie called Protocol 7. I would suggest every parent watches it. And we just need to teach people, instead of vilifying people, even if you don't agree with us, it's, the mark of an educated mind to take something you don't fully believe or understand and examine it for yourself, then make a decision.
Right.
If you give crazy a shot, like a lot of my people do, and it works, all I ask you to do, what's your payment to me? Go tell somebody else. That's it. That's all I need you to do.
Yeah, real quick, there's two things I want to get to before we wrap it up. We're coming up on like 4 hours. The book I was telling you I was reading about neuroplasticity, it was about those two guys who wrote that paper. I think it was in like the 60s maybe.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Anyways, they mentioned famous artists of the past, and like how their whatever was wrong with them or wrong with their brains affected how good they were at creating art. Pollock, obviously, you know, alcoholic and
low dopamine.
They made a case for Picasso, which was fascinating.
Yeah, well, he had a huge problem, sex addiction. And a lot of people don't know this, but we've talked about on the periphery. This is the stuff that hit the floor in Rick's podcast. The pedophilia, the sex addictions, the homosexuality, the rise of this is actually because your hypothalamus gets bigger. There's now papers out there that show that people have misgendering, transgendering, things like that.
Yeah.
Their hypothalamus is larger. And if you know anything about thermodynamics, anytime a tissue loses energy, it gets bigger. So you always hear me talk about your ankle, the sun, your heart, when they all fail.
Yeah, you blow up.
Right. Same thing happens with your hypothalamus, and that's where all your sex steroid hormones are. So there's now proof that this thing is actually tied to changes in the leptin-melanocortin pathway. So we are selecting out not to have children. So what are we effectively doing with this transhumanist idea? They know this. That's the reason they're big supporters. You talk to Nicole. Nicole said something to me during dinner the other night that really, I hope she says it in more podcasts. But she said Sergey didn't care what happened to Echo, like after she was born. And that is such a transhumanist idea that the target...
Echo's their kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a baby girl. Nicole's whole left-wing liberal personality changed because of this baby. Like, that was her punching them out.
Right.
He still gives two fucks about this kid. But that's what the transhumanist that's involved in tech, that's really what the basis of the marshmallow experiment's all about. They just don't get it. And they never will. And they've been bred this way. And they're not going to change. And the only way they change is if they have something in their life, kind of like what happened with Nicole. And Nicole now is doing everything different. I mean, I wish I could have had that phone call. And, you know, the funny thing is, Danny, you have an opportunity. Chantel listened to that phone call because I had it on speakerphone. I never put any things up to my ear. Ask Chantel just how brutal I was. I was fucking brutal. And I was like, here you're asking me for help for your kid and you're fucking ruining the whole planet. That's kind of how I answered her question. I went nuts on her. And to her credit, she took it. And I think she took it because Echo was a bigger punch. And she's like, clearly I did something wrong here. Clearly there's something going on. And she was really motivated to find out about it. And so motivated that she left her liberal ideology. And look what she's doing now. Now she's actually telling people to vote for Trump.
Right.
Literally 4 years ago, she was donating millions of dollars the other way. Like crazy.
Yeah.
And, you know, everybody in the DNC thinks she's fucking crazy. But what I'm telling you, that's actually what happened to me 20 years ago when I had my come to Jesus moment. I'm like, look, when you realize everything you believe is a fucking lie, it's an existential crisis. Like, you have to sit down and figure this shit out. And, you know, for everybody, Danny, it's going to be different. You know, what brings us to the table? Who knows? There may be some things that we said in this podcast where people listen to and go,
right.
But that's what it's supposed to do. That's what life's about. Life is about the constant search of discovery and being curious and never thinking you have it all together. Like, I tell you, every day I learn something. And if I'm not learning something, then I think I'm dead.
Right.
That's how I look at it.
Have you seen this? I don't know if it's new or not, but I just saw this yesterday on YouTube. There's this skin pigment they can put on your skin to make it invisible.
Yeah.
How is that a new thing? And how it's like a yellow thing that makes your skin see-through.
Yeah.
Can you pull up a video of it, Steve?
We use different things. Like when we have burn patients, you may not know this, we use tilapia skins to do that. And believe it or not, it actually helps burn patients. But you have to realize our skin is optimized for our biology. Just like fishes are optimized for theirs. Remember, they're in a different environment. They're in liquid water. And we are, silly talking monkeys that live on the surface of the planet. But there is an optical density of your skin. Remember what you're saying. When they use something like this.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. When they use something like this, what are they trying to do? They're actually trying to get you usually past an acute trauma until you come back. Like, you'll be shocked because I've been talking about bad shit about blue light all the time. Do you know what one time Uncle Jack loves blue light? Is when you have a burn victim. You put blue light on a burn victim, you know what it does? It stimulates the skin to grow faster, which is the reason why blue light causes skin cancer, because that's the truth. But believe it or not, when someone has a burn, using blue light, unopposed blue light, actually causes the burn to heal faster because you're stimulating repair. One of the things that I've talked to several burn trauma surgeons about, that I believe when they do use the blue light, they need to add the 380 light for the reason I told you before. Because nitric oxide talks to the stem cells in the skin to even redo it faster. And one of the things that people who don't use the UV light have noticed, the skin that comes back after you use the blue light always has less pigment in it. And I think the reason for that is because the way nature wants this done, it needs not only the nitric oxide stimulus, but it also needs the UV stimulus to turn POMC on. Why? Because POMC has to migrate into the new skin as it's growing. Because that's exactly what happens when you're forming in your mother. As the neural axis grows, you have neural crest cells migrating through their tracks to get where they need to be. We don't have melanin every single spot on our body. We have it in key spots. Like when you see somebody has dopamine problems with Parkinson's, we know it's a substantia nigra. But there's parts of your body you don't really have a lot of melanin. And some people are surprised to find out, like over our calf muscle and over our rectus abdominis, which is our six-pack muscle, we have more POMC in that skin than anywhere else. And think about why that makes sense. Because in humans, compared to gorillas or monkeys, we shrunk our gut 30 feet.
Right.
That's why it's there. And we walk upright. That's why we have it in our Achilles tendon. Because it changed those things, which is what I said in the Rubin.
Whoa.
Yeah. It was just what I said in the...
That's fucking wild.
Well, I said that, though, in the Rubin podcast. Like, these are the collateral effects of light sculpting
Must have spaced
life.
out during that time, because I don't remember that.
Well, no, I said it very casually because people have always assumed in the anthropology world that we're going to find a missing link. And if you understand what I said in the Huberman podcast, you're not. Because what's the difference between us and them is POMC. It's melanin. There is no transitional ape.
What do you think we're going to look like in 100,000 years if we survive, if there's no cataclysm that wipes out humanity? Do you think we're going to look like these little gray aliens that people talk about?
Fat bastard.
Fat? You don't think we're going to get...
No, you know that movie?
Oh, Fat from Austin Powers?
Yeah.
You think we're going to look that in 100,000 years?
Yeah, because, I mean, think about what's happening. I already told you that we're tech abusers, so we're going to get bigger. I also think what will happen is we'll dumb down. There'll be part of society that runs the whole system, and we're going to use AI technology to dumb us down further. In other words, you're going to be...
we don't have to think.
We don't have to think. And if you don't have to think, it's not a good place to be, because the world will be driven by those who can think. And to be honest with you, this is another fractal that takes us back to the first hour of the podcast. That's really what the industrial military complex wants. They want to be the wizard behind the curtain, like Steve is, while we're all the fat bastards walking around the earth doing what they need.
You know what? I think there's a connection between some of these blue zone areas of the world, these underdeveloped parts of the world. I don't know if this makes sense for longevity, but I feel more alert, more awake, more alive. I just feel better when I'm in a country, when I'm driving around, not just stopping at red lights and stop signs and just waiting for the light to tell me when to go. When I literally have to look for cars to stay alive, to make sure that I'm driving in a way that's going to keep me alive, versus driving in traffic here.
Well, think about what you just said. You just proved my point, and that makes me feel good. That's the oracle effect of modern life. And you don't realize what you're designed to do is go run on the tectonic plates and run under a tree, sit there and capture all the biophotons that come off the light through the leaves. You don't do that anymore. And then when you think about the car, you're sitting in a car, glass blocks all the UV and 40 to 60% of the red. So unless you roll the window down or open the moonroof, you're f***ed.
Right.
So you are having an alien experience in the car.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you feel that way. What are your feelings controlled with? Melatonin and dopamine, serotonin. These are all aromatic amino acids that absorb light. Like everything always comes back to light. The problem is the idiots that you listen to, they don't know that.
Yeah, nobody talks about it.
Well, dude, I've been talking about it for 20 years.
Probably more than anybody, honestly. The circadian rhythm and getting access to the sunlight.
Well,
But a lot of people talk about like the muscle is important for maintaining your glycogen and your energy stores. And
people don't even know that in muscle, the single most important thing is actually dopamine. Dopamine controls the fiber type. The fiber type controls the glycogen stores. They don't even get that right. Dude, all these paleo meatheads, like, for example, Dom listens to all this stuff.
he's been a bodybuilder his whole life.
I know, but you got to realize that's his half truth. And the thing is, I'm going to tell him his longevity is not going to be buried when his biceps are big. He's a smart guy. Hopefully he's going to wake up down the road and say, I need to begin to optimize the mitochondria in my heart and my brain.
Can you do both at once?
No, because it's a zero-sum game. What I mean by that, energy, remember from the first law of conservation of energy, it can't be created or destroyed. So because what you're doing with mitochondria, if you put it where it's not supposed to be, you're stealing from where it's supposed to be. This is the reason why, I don't know if you remember one of my good friends, he's dead now, but he's a guy like Dom, Charles Poliquin. And I always warned him when he was doing the things he was doing. I'm like, Charles, I know this whole physique thing with you. And I said, I'm telling you, you're going to get taken out like your family members did, and it's going to happen before you're 60. And bro, he argued with me up and down, and he did a lot of things outside, but he just didn't do enough. Spent too much time inside, too much time with tech. He died at 58 years old with a heart attack, and he looked like Michelangelo's, David. So the point that I'm trying to make to you, I've tried to make it to several of my critics online recently. I did it with Dr. Alexis Cowan, Jasmine. When you have a physique like that, go and find me anybody who's 85 years old that looks like that. You're going to find, like, not a lot of people. Right,
but it does, I mean, muscle atrophies when you get older, your testosterone's lower.
Stop. Think about what you just said. Muscle atrophies when you're low. What is nature telling you?
Everything atrophies. Like the brain atrophies, right?
Not true.
No?
Einstein, when he died at 76 years old, brain was not atrophied. That's not true. And I'm going to tell you, that's the interesting part of the story. I'm kind of glad you went down this path. I didn't think we were going to, but I'm going to tell you that you need to really understand that the body plan of mammals, the whole category of mammals. When you go to the Museum of Natural History in New York, you see tons of them, and they look all different, and they all have different issues. You know what determines this? Is the really f***ed up thing about biology. There's something called Kleber's law. Kleber's law basically says the lifespan of a mouse and elephant, they still have the same number of heartbeats, no matter what. It's true. So
really?
Yes. What is nature telling you? There is a power law at the basis of energy production, and it's called Kleber's law. You can look it up.
Okay.
And there's a line. See the line right there? Doesn't matter where you are on the evolutionary path, you're always along the slope of that line. So what does that tell you? You're in a zero-sum game. And I remember when I learned about Kleber's law, that's when I realized that having really big muscles when you're a human is a disadvantage. And the point that I try to make to guys like Dom, gorillas and chimps, what's the real difference between us and them? They have more intestine and they have more muscle. They don't have frontal lobes. So they've made that change. They don't live as long as us. But we do it the other way, and our longevity is 20 to 30 years greater than theirs. So what is nature telling you? Where you bury your mitochondrial density is the key. So you said something to me interesting about 10 minutes ago. Jack, what do you see the future? The future is if we keep using technology that's stealing from us, it's causing electron steal, that what's going to go first? Our brains and our hearts. Now, that doesn't mean the first 30 or 40 years of our life that we can't do something amazing To be honest with you, that's what worries me about the transhumanists. I think that's really what they care about. They don't really care that Susan Wojcicki died. She's 56. She's a useful idiot now. You know, it's going to be the people, the new people that they're training. Are they thinking? Like the Google engineers that are there now, I think they're really important to Google. But do they have a shelf life? Is there an expiration date for transhumanists? The answer is yes. And when you become a drag, that's when they want to get rid of you. You ask me the teleologic question, the 80,000 foot question. That's the reason I think that they think the way they think. And I've discussed this with Nicole and her new boyfriend, and they actually agree with me. Why? Because they used to hang out with more of those assholes than anybody else. I don't let any of those people around me. To me, they're my mortal enemy. Like I would sit down with probably Adolf Hitler before I'd sit down with Sergey Brin. That's the truth.
Wow. It's wild shit, man. Jack,
well, hopefully you have a little flavor of now.
A little.
Uncle Jack's chili.
I've had a nice taste of Uncle Jack's chili, man. And I have a feeling, and I hope you'll be back for more sometime one day in the future. This was a fascinating conversation, man. Thank you so much for your time. I'm very grateful for it.
No problem.
Where can we tell people to visit your Patreon, your website, everything like that?
It's Dr. Jack Kruse everywhere, like every social media place. The Patreon is patreon.com/Dr. Jack Kruse. My website is drjackkruse.com. Go to the forms. The forms are free. It'll take you literally 10 years. Hit the form button, Steve. Yeah, you got to register for the form. Unfortunately, you guys aren't registered. But if you go on there, that is like the walking Library of Alexandria for quantum biology. It'll take you 10 or 15 years to get through there. If you, I'm not kidding you. If you put my name and your disease in a box, dude, welcome to the jungle.
Wow. That's fascinating.
And believe it or not, that's why Rick, some of my friends, they want to do a movie about this because they feel like when someone dies, the library of their knowledge dies with them. And that's where I came up with the idea to put all this on the form so that it's there. You can search it. The problem is a lot of people ask me, they want me to be the librarian, and I think you probably already figured out how well that goes. I'm not here to be your librarian. Patreon is designed for you to do DIY. That's where you start, I think, with Jack Kruse. The more time you want with me, like say if you got a disease, then you got to become a member, like gold or platinum. That's when I give you one-on-one time.
Okay. You
can hire me as someone to rent my brain for an hour. I'll allow people to do that, but I do not allow the general public to do it. You have to be a member either at the gold or platinum level. Why? Because I need you to know some of the basics. Like some of the stuff you and I covered today, you know, about Becker's work, about semiconduction, about stuff like that.
Right.
Like if I start talking to you about what I want you to do, you're going to look at me and not know this. You're like, I just wasted money talking to this guy. And you probably did. But what I want to do is I want to elevate your game so that you understand where I'm coming from. And then I can easily now tell you, go read this book, go read that book. Like, in other words, you don't have to believe me anymore.
Right.
In the beginning, you had to. Now there's books out that tell you I'm right.
Definitely, man. Can I get you to, if I needed brain surgery, would you be able to do it? Or is that?
Probably in El Salvador.
In El Salvador? Oh, you'll do it in El Salvador.
Well, Bukele's.
How often do you do brain surgery, by the way?
Last one I did was the last day that I practiced in the United States, which was August 6th, about 6 weeks ago.
No way.
That's when I officially decided to become a free agent and start talking about what we talked about in the first 2 hours of the podcast. And I started doing brain surgery without a scalpel. And I basically told President Bukele, and just like I told Bobby, Nicole, and Trump, I'm a free agent now. You want me? Come get me.
That's beautiful, man. I love it. Well, thanks again. This was fascinating.
Are you tired of all the pills in your medicine cabinet? I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the creator of the Wave Watch, a more natural approach with 1,000 frequencies for mind and body. People have used the Wave Watch for kidney stones, arteries, blood, immune system, vagus nerve, myocarditis, allergies, colds and flu, ADD and ADHD, strokes, Parkinson's, carpal tunnel, thyroid, Lyme disease, and so much more. WaveWatch has a 1-year manufacturer's warranty for defects and flaws, and you can also upgrade to an additional warranty for water damage and breakage. Are you tired of all your pills and endless trips to the pharmacy? Why not try the WaveWatch with 1,000 different self-care ideas and put your mind at ease?
Just go to wavewatch.com. At checkout, use the code Michelle100 to receive $100 savings on your purchase.
I'm Dr. Fulgens. For over 30 years, UCB has helped customers strengthen portfolios with gold. But let them tell you in their own words.
Buying gold and silver from Universal Coin and Bullion has been one of the greatest experiences for me, and it's been an easy process and also a very safe process to do that.
Call now to secure your 1-ounce gold or silver American Eagle coin with no dealer markup.
Did you know your cell phone emits radiation that has been linked to increased risk of certain types of cancers? This is why manufacturers include hidden warnings to keep your phone away from your body. And what's worse is that children are more susceptible to the potentially damaging effects. Safe Sleeve for cell phones is a case specifically designed to block radiation. Its shielding technology integrated into the case has been tested in a third-party FCC-accredited lab to block over 99% of RF and 92% of ELF radiation emitted by your phone. Go to truthtalkamerica.com today and click on the Safe Sleep banner on the home page. Use the discount code FIRST10 at checkout for 10% off your first order.
For Michelle's social media links, go to MichelleMooreShow.com.